welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. My apartment was on the 3rd floor with nothing but open air between my window and the ground below. So when I saw a face staring in at me last night, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't distorted like a reflection. It wasn't a trick of the glass. The features were sharp, clear, watching. The air smelled damp, as if rain had seeped into the walls, though the sky had been clear all day. And then just before I moved, whoever it was smiled. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped animal. The face lingered for a moment, still smiling, before disappearing into the darkness beyond the glass. My legs trembled as I approached the window again, peering out into the night. Nothing. No ledge where someone could stand, no tree branches reaching toward my building, just empty space and the distant glow of streetlights below. I closed the curtains with shaking hands, drawing them tight against the glass. The fabric felt unusually cold under my fingers, as if the chill from outside had seeped through the window and nestled into the fibers. Sleep did not come easily that night. I lay awake, my ears straining at every creak and groan of the building, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. Morning brought a false sense of security. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in my curtains, painting bright strips across my bedroom floor. I approached the window cautiously, drawing back the fabric with a quick motion. The glass was coated with a thin layer of condensation, unusual for this season. As I wiped it away with my palm, I noticed something that made my skin crawl, a perfect handprint pressed against the outside of the glass, fingers splayed wide, much larger than my own. I photographed it with my phone before it faded away in the warming air. Looking at the image later, I noticed something I hadn't seen in person. The whorls and lines of the fingerprints were visible, but they formed unnatural patterns, spiraling inward like tiny maelstroms. I began documenting everything. A journal became my constant companion, each page filled with detailed descriptions of what I experienced. The face returned the next night and the next, always with that same unsettling smile. Sometimes it appeared for only seconds, other times it remained watching me for what felt like hours. I started recording audio while I slept, hoping to capture any sounds that might explain the phenomenon. The recordings revealed something unexpected. Beneath the ambient noise of my apartment, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sounds of traffic, there was something else. A whisper, so faint I had to increase the volume to its maximum to hear it clearly. A voice repeating the same phrase over and over, "Let me in." My research became obsessive. I taped motion-triggered cameras to the outside of my building, positioning them to capture the area around my window. I installed a security system with sensors on every entry point. I scoured local news archives for reports of similar occurrences, for deaths associated with my building, for any explanation that might make sense. The cameras captured nothing but swaying branches and passing birds. The security system remained silent. The local history revealed nothing unusual about my building or the land it stood on. But still, the face came, night after night, its smile growing wider each time. Then the smell changed. What had been a damp, earthy scent became something putrid, like meat left too long in summer heat. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, growing stronger near the window. No amount of cleaning or air fresheners could mask it. My neighbors noticed nothing when I asked them, looking at me with growing concern in their eyes. One night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I heard a sound different from the usual creaks and groans, a soft tapping against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Despite every instinct screaming at me to stay put, I found myself drawn to the window. The curtains moved slightly, as if stirred by a breeze, though the window was sealed tight. As I reached for the fabric, my phone chimed with a notification. A motion alert from one of my cameras. With trembling fingers, I opened the app. The footage showed my window from the outside, the glass reflecting the distant lights of the night sky. And then, emerging from the reflection, a hand pressed against the glass, not from outside, but from inside, my room. The angle of the camera clearly showed what should have been impossible. Someone or something was inside my apartment, reaching out. The tapping grew more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. I dropped my phone and backed toward my bedroom door. The curtains parted by themselves, revealing the window beyond. The face was there, pressing against the glass, but this time I could see more of it. The neck, the shoulders, the torso, all flattened against the pane, as if the window were a vertical surface for it to lie upon. Its smile stretched impossibly wide now, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. It pushed against the glass, and to my horror, the solid surface began to bulge inward like plastic wrap stretched over a frame. I fumbled for the doorknob behind me, my eyes fixed on the window. A crack appeared at the corner of the glass, spreading like ice crystallizing across a pond. The sound it made was high and musical, like a finger running around the rim of a crystal glass. I flung open the door and ran through my apartment, knocking over a lamp in my haste. Behind me, I heard the distinctive sound of shattering glass. Cold air rushed through the rooms, carrying that putrid smell with it. In the darkness of my living room, I collided with something solid that should not have been there, something warm and damp. "You let me in," a voice whispered, so close I could feel breath against my ear. My hand found the light switch on the wall. I hesitated, finger poised to flip it, suddenly terrified of what I might see. The thing in front of me shifted, fabric rustling against fabric. It took my hand in its own, the skin unnaturally smooth and cold, and guided my finger away from the switch. "The dark is better," it said. "You'll see more clearly in the dark." I wrenched my hand away and stumbled backward. My back hit the wall and I slid down to a sitting position. In the faint light filtering in from outside, I could make out a silhouette standing over me. It was wrong somehow, proportions slightly off, movements too fluid. It crouched down in front of me, and in the dim light I could see that familiar smile. But now I understood what had bothered me about it from the beginning. It wasn't a smile of happiness or even malice. It was a smile of recognition, of familiarity. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. A hand reached out, cold fingers tracing the contours of my face with surprising gentleness. "You know who I am," it replied. "You've always known." It guided my hand up to touch its face, and I felt the familiar structure of cheekbones, the curve of a jaw, the texture of skin that I knew as well as my own reflection. Because it was my own reflection. "This isn't possible," I whispered. "Possible and impossible," it said, still using my voice. "Inside and outside, me and you, the boundaries are thinner than you think." Since that night, things have changed. I still live in my apartment. I still sleep in my bed. The window has been repaired. But sometimes when I look out at night, I see my own face looking back at me from the darkness. Not as a reflection, but as something separate, something waiting. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see a stranger's eyes looking back at me and a smile that doesn't quite match my own. My colleagues have commented that I seem different somehow. More confident, they say, more present. I still keep my journal, but now I record different things. The feeling of rain on skin after years of drought. the taste of foods I never liked before, the wonder of experiencing ordinary things as if for the first time. At night, I often stand by my window looking out at the darkness beyond. I place my palm against the cool glass and wait. Sometimes I feel pressure from the other side, a hand aligning perfectly with mine, and I wonder who is really trapped and who is truly free. The face in my window taught me something that changes everything and nothing. Reality isn't solid, it's permeable, fluid, constantly shifting. And sometimes, if you stare long enough into the darkness, what stares back isn't an intruder at all. It's just another version of yourself, waiting for a chance to live. Story 2, it was supposed to be empty. I had knocked just to be sure 3 sharp raps on the old wooden door. I turned to leave, but behind me the door creaked open. Just a sliver enough to see a sliver of darkened hallway. A breath of air stale, thick with dust, and something faintly floral drifted out. My pulse pounded in my ears. I hadn't heard footsteps. No shuffling, no locks turning, but the door was open, inviting me in. I should have walked away. That would have been the rational response. Instead, I found myself stepping over the threshold, drawn by curiosity stronger than caution. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, each step announcing my intrusion into a space that felt both abandoned and occupied. Hello, my voice sounded different inside, somehow smaller yet more resonant. The word bounced back at me from unseen corners. No answer came. The air inside felt heavy against my skin, like walking through invisible cobwebs. That floral scent grew stronger, not pleasant, but cloying, like perfume on wilting flowers. I traced my fingers along the wallpaper in the narrow hallway. The pattern seemed to shift beneath my touch, subtle movements that stopped whenever I focused my gaze directly upon them. In the main room, dust particles danced in beams of light filtering through half-drawn curtains. Everything appeared normal at first glance: worn furniture draped in white sheets, picture frames emptied of their contents, a fireplace filled with cold ashes. Yet something felt off. The room seemed to contract slightly as I entered, the walls inhaling. I dismissed it as an optical illusion caused by the poor lighting. On the mantelpiece sat a single item, a small tape recorder, incongruously modern against the aged surroundings. I pressed play without thinking. Static crackled, then a voice emerged, distorted but understandable. "I know you would come back," the voice said. "You always do." I dropped the recorder. It clattered against the hardwood floor but continued playing. "The walls remember you." I hadn't been here before. This was my first visit to this house, to this neighborhood. The previous owners had died without heirs, according to the real estate listing. The house had remained vacant for years. Yet something about that voice triggered a flicker of recognition, like the shadow of a forgotten dream. I picked up the recorder again, examining it. The technology wasn't modern. After all, it was an older model, the kind popular decades ago. The tape inside looked worn, played many times. I pressed stop, but the voice continued. "Look in the mirror." I turned. Across the room hung a large mirror I hadn't noticed before. My reflection appeared normal, if pale with unease. Then I noticed my reflection blink while my own eyes remained open. Just for a moment, so brief I might have imagined it, but the chill that raced down my spine felt undeniably real. I approached the mirror slowly. My reflection did the same, maintaining perfect synchronization with my movements. I raised my right hand, so did my reflection. I touched the cool glass surface. My reflection stayed perfectly still, hand unraised, watching me with my own eyes. I recoiled, heart hammering against my ribs. The reflection mimicked my movement again, as if nothing had happened. A trick of the light, it had to be. My mind playing games in this strange, unsettling house. From somewhere upstairs came a soft thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, measured steps moving across the ceiling above me. I froze, listening. The footsteps stopped directly overhead. Against all better judgment, I moved toward the staircase. Each step creaked beneath my weight as I ascended. The banister felt warm under my palm, almost feverish, as if the wood itself harbored an infection. The upper hallway stretched before me, doors closed on either side. At the far end, one door stood slightly ajar. As I watched, it opened wider, not quickly, but with deliberate slowness. No draft could explain the movement. I called out again, "Is someone here?" My voice sounded wrong. The words came out in my voice, but with unfamiliar inflections, as if someone else were speaking through me. I pushed open the nearest door and found a bedroom stripped bare except for an iron bed frame and a nightstand. On the stand sat a notebook, its cover unmarked. I opened it, finding pages filled with my handwriting, though I had never written these words. The house speaks to me now, not in words but in sensations, pressure changes, subtle shifts in temperature, sounds that form patterns just beyond my comprehension. I'm documenting everything. Perhaps understanding will lead to escape. The entry was dated, but the date had been scratched out repeatedly until the paper tore. Several pages followed, growing increasingly frantic, the handwriting deteriorating. The final entry consisted of a single sentence. I realize now that I've always been here. I slammed the notebook shut, my breathing shallow and quick. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had forged my handwriting, planted these items to frighten me. But who would go to such lengths, and why? I turned to leave the room and found myself facing a blank wall where the door had been. My hand pressed against solid plaster. No seams, no outline of a former entrance, just uninterrupted wall, as if the door had never existed. Panic rose in my throat. I spun around, searching for another exit. The window caught my attention, large, with a view of the front yard. I rushed toward it, hands fumbling with the latch. It gave way easily, and I pushed the window up. The glass reflected my face, but beyond it lay not the expected view of the street, but another room identical to the one I stood in, where another version of myself pushed up another window. And beyond that, another room, another reflection, repeating into infinity like facing mirrors. I stumbled backward. The notebook had fallen open again, revealing new writing that appeared as I watched, ink bleeding onto the page as if squeezed from an invisible pen. The house doesn't trap people, it collects them. A cold draft circled the room, though all windows remained closed. The floral smell intensified, now tinged with something putrid. The wallpaper began to peel away in long strips, revealing underneath not plaster but something that pulsed with a wet, organic rhythm. I needed to leave now. I threw myself against the wall where the door had been. Pain shot through my shoulder, but the wall remained solid. I tried again, harder, nothing. I clawed at the wallpaper, tearing away strips to reveal more of the pulsing surface beneath. It felt warm, it yielded slightly under pressure, like pressing against flesh. Behind me, the window slammed shut. The temperature in the room plummeted, my breath instantly visible in clouds of vapor. The mirror on the wall no longer showed my reflection, but a dark figure, indistinct except for a wide smile. The room began to contract, not an illusion this time. The walls physically moved inward, the ceiling lowering. The space compressed around me like a slowly closing fist. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the thickening air. The walls paused their advance. From somewhere within them came a sound like laughter, but pitched wrong, inhuman. The notebook on the floor flipped pages by itself, stopping at a blank page that filled with fresh words. The house answers those who belong to it. You knocked, it recognized your touch. A memory surfaced, not my own, yet somehow familiar. A childhood visit, standing before this same house, daring myself to approach the door. A dare never completed, a memory suppressed. The house had waited for me. The walls resumed their inward creep. I pressed myself into the center of the room, watching as the space around me shrank. The peeling wallpaper revealed more of the pulsing substance. In places it formed patterns like faces, hundreds of them, stretched in expressions of silent anguish. I closed my eyes, unable to bear the sight. With my vision gone, my other senses heightened. The floral smell became identifiable at last, funeral lilies. The sound of breathing surrounded me, not just my own. The pulsing walls brushed against my skin, warm and slick. When I opened my eyes again, the room had changed. The walls stood at their normal positions, papered and solid. The door had reappeared. Everything looked ordinary, almost disappointingly so. Had I hallucinated? Perhaps the stress of buying my first home had triggered some kind of episode. I moved toward the door, relief washing over me. My hand touched the knob. It turned easily under my grip. But as the door swung open, I saw not the hallway but an endless corridor stretching impossibly far, lined with doors identical to the one I held. From behind me came the sound of the notebook pages turning again. I didn't need to look to know what message would appear. "Welcome home," said a voice that might have been mine. I stepped through the doorway. I had no choice. The house had answered when I knocked. And now I belonged to it. Story 3. The woods had always been far beyond the fence, their tree line dark and unchanging. But lately they seemed closer. At first I thought it was my imagination, maybe a trick of the light. But then I noticed the way the shadows stretched further onto the lawn. The smell of damp moss and crushed pine needles hung in the air, even with my windows shut. And last night, when I looked outside, the trees were only a few feet from the house, waiting. I've lived in this house for years, comfortable with my solitude and the distant view of nature from my windows. The forest was always a backdrop, a painting of wilderness that framed my property but never intruded, until now. It began with a whisper, not the wind through leaves, but something more deliberate, a susurration that seemed to form almost words just beyond my comprehension. I found myself straining to hear, pressing my ear against the window pane during quiet evenings. The glass would vibrate subtly against my skin, cool to the touch but warming wherever my fingertips lingered. I started taking photographs, daily snapshots from the same spot on my back porch, documenting what I was seeing, what I knew was happening despite its impossibility. The images confirmed it. Each picture showed the tree line advancing, sometimes by inches, sometimes by feet. In one particularly disturbing sequence taken over a single night, a tall pine moved nearly 6 feet closer to my kitchen window. The birds noticed it first. They stopped visiting my feeder, abandoning the seeds I'd faithfully provided for seasons. Then the neighborhood cats vanished, even the stray that had made my garden shed its territory. The silence that followed was profound, a vacuum of sound that made my ears ring with absence. I reached out to others, posted my photos online, called a friend who worked in forestry, emailed a local news reporter. Each attempt at communication was met with technical failures. Calls dropped, emails bounced back, photos corrupted in transit, turning to pixelated smudges of green and black. When my friend finally made it to my house, he stood at the edge of my property, squinting toward the trees. "They look normal to me," he said, shrugging. "Maybe a bit dense, but they've always been that way." I showed him my photographs, but he only frowned at the screen of my camera. "These are just black squares," he said. "Is your camera broken?" That night after he left, I sat at my kitchen table with a notepad, documenting everything. The date I first noticed the movement, the scent changes in the air, the strange vibrations, the increasing darkness as the canopy began to block more sunlight from reaching my windows. I drew diagrams of the property, marking the original tree line and its progressive advance. I was midway through a sentence when my pen froze. A sound caught my attention, the crack of a twig breaking just outside my window. I looked up to see a branch pressing against the glass, though no wind stirred the leaves. As I watched, it scratched lightly across the surface, leaving behind a faint mark like a signature. The next morning I woke to find moss growing along the inside of my windowsills. I scrubbed it away, but by midday it had returned, thicker and darker than before. The air inside my house grew heavy with moisture, and mushrooms sprouted from the corners of my bathroom. My wooden floorboards softened underfoot, giving slightly with each step, as if I were walking on forest floor rather than finished hardwood. I considered leaving, packing a bag and driving away, but something held me back. Curiosity, perhaps, or something deeper. Something that whispered that running would solve nothing, that what was happening would follow me wherever I went. I began to document the changes in my own body. My skin grew more sensitive to light. My sense of smell sharpened until I could distinguish between the scents of different trees, pine, oak, birch, with my eyes closed. My dreams filled with roots and soil and the slow, patient growth of things that live much longer than humans ever could. On the 7th night, I abandoned my bed and slept on the floor of my living room, curled on a makeshift nest of blankets. I woke to find tiny white flowers blooming from the carpet fibers around my body, their petals closing when my shadow fell across them. The trees now stood directly against the house, their branches weaving through my open windows like curious fingers exploring a new space. Bark pressed against brick, roots lifted and cracked the foundation, creating valleys and ridges across my once level floors. The walls creaked and shifted, accommodating this slow, vegetative invasion. I lost power next, then running water. I should have been afraid, but fear had transformed into something else, a strange acceptance mixed with wonder. I moved through my transforming house with new awareness, touching the living wood that now formed archways between rooms, feeling the pulse of sap beneath my fingertips. My notepad became a journal of metamorphosis. I documented how the refrigerator became a hollow for storing nuts and berries, how the television screen grew over with luminescent fungi that glowed in patterns resembling the programs I once watched, how my bed became a bier of soft moss that reformed to my body each night. I stopped looking for ways to communicate with the outside world. What would I say? How could I explain that I was becoming part of something ancient and patient? That my home was returning to the forest from which its materials had once been taken. On what I believe was the 15th day, I heard knocking. not the organic sounds of wood expanding or roots growing, but human knuckles against what remained of my front door. I made my way through the foliage-filled hallway, pushing aside hanging vines and ducking under low branches. A man in a uniform stood on my porch, clipboard in hand, looking uncomfortable in the dense atmosphere that now surrounded my house. "We've had reports," he began, then paused, swallowing hard as he glanced around. His eyes seemed unable to focus on anything for long. "Reports of a missing person at this address." I stood in the doorway, aware of how I must appear to him, my clothes stained with chlorophyll, my hair tangled with small twigs, my feet bare and slightly green where they connected with the wooden floor. "No one is missing here," I said, surprised by how rough my voice sounded from disuse. "Everything is exactly where it belongs." He nodded vaguely, making a notation on his clipboard. I noticed he never looked directly at me, his gaze always sliding past to fix on something just over my shoulder or beside my ear. "Well, if you see," he checked his notes, "if you see yourself, I guess, tell them to call this number." He handed me a card, which I took with fingers that now resembled thin branches more than human digits. He turned and walked away quickly, stumbling slightly as he reached his vehicle. That night, as I lay in my moss bed watching stars through the canopy that had replaced my ceiling, I realized I could feel the forest breathing around me through me. I could sense the slow pull of nutrients from soil, the patient stretching toward light, the ancient communication happening beneath the ground through networks of fungal threads. The lines between myself and my surroundings blurred further each day. My skin developed a pattern resembling birch bark. My hair grew thicker, greener, more like ferns than human tresses. When I cut myself on a sharp edge of what had once been my kitchen counter, I bled a clear liquid that smelled of sweet sap. I stopped writing in my journal when I realized I no longer needed to document the transformation. I was becoming the record itself, a living testament to whatever was happening here. My memories stored themselves in rings, like the growth patterns of trees. Visitors came occasionally, delivery people, neighbors, once a realtor who seemed confused about why the house was not listed for sale despite appearing abandoned. None stayed long. None seemed able to see me clearly, though I stood before them, speaking words they didn't appear to hear. The forest had not simply moved closer. It had reclaimed something, this house, this land, perhaps even me. And in that reclamation, I found a strange peace. The constant chatter of human concerns faded, replaced by the deep, slow thoughts that belonged to ancient living things. My final human act was to place my hand against the remaining wall of what had been my living room. Under my touch, the plaster crumbled away, revealing wood grain beneath. The grain shifted, patterns flowing like water, revealing faces, human faces, dozens of them, all wearing expressions of wonder similar to what I imagined was on my own face. I understood then I wasn't the first. The forest had been gathering us one by one over countless years, incorporating us into itself, preserving something essential about our humanity while allowing the rest to transform. Now I stand at what was once the boundary between forest and civilization. My roots reach deep into soil rich with memories. My branches extend toward newcomers who build their temporary shelters and draw their imaginary lines of ownership across the land. And each night I move a little closer to their windows, waiting for the curious ones who will notice, who will wonder, who will open their doors to me as I once opened mine to the forest. Who like me will finally come home. Story 4. I was heading out the door, rushing past the hallway mirror when something made me stop. My reflection was still facing the glass, even though I had already turned away. My breath caught. The air was heavy, tinged with something sharp, metallic. Slowly, I turned back to face the mirror. My reflection was smiling. I wasn't. For a heartbeat, I stood frozen, unable to process what my eyes were seeing. The smile on my reflection's face widened slightly, subtle enough that I could almost convince myself it was a trick of the light. Almost. The corners of its mouth curved upward with a deliberate intent that sent ice through my veins. I blinked hard, pressing my fingertips against my temples. When I looked again, my reflection had returned to normal, mirroring my confused, frightened expression. A coincidence, I told myself. Stress and lack of sleep playing tricks on my mind, nothing more. Yet as I stepped away, something pulled at the edge of my awareness, a whisper of movement in the glass, gone before I could focus on it. The mirror hung innocently on the wall, reflecting only what it should. But something had changed in the air around it, a subtle vibration that made the fine hairs on my neck stand at attention. I walked toward the front door again, my footsteps unnaturally loud in the quiet house. The sound of my breathing seemed amplified, each exhale crystallizing in the chilled air. Had it always been this cold in here? I placed my hand on the doorknob, and the metal felt impossibly frigid against my skin. "This is ridiculous," I muttered, but my voice sounded hollow, distant. I shook my head and stepped outside, determined to leave whatever strangeness I'd experienced behind those walls. Throughout the day, I managed to push the morning incident from my thoughts. Work provided a welcome distraction, a world of normalcy where reflections behaved as they should. By evening, I had nearly convinced myself that what I'd seen was nothing more than an odd moment of disassociation, a brief mental hiccup. The feeling lasted until I arrived home and caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway mirror as I hung up my coat. Just my reflection, I assured myself, even as my heart pounded against my ribs, just a normal, expected reflection. Yet when I approached to confirm this, I noticed something disturbing. While I could see myself in the glass, the reflection of the room behind me was subtly wrong. The doorway to the kitchen appeared narrower, the ceiling just a fraction lower. The differences were so slight that I might never have noticed them if I hadn't been looking so intently. I raised my hand, my reflection did the same. I frowned, it frowned back. Everything appeared normal now, but the unease lingered. I leaned closer, examining every detail of the mirrored world. My reflection mimicked me perfectly, our noses nearly touching on opposite sides of the glass. Then my reflection blinked. I didn't. I jerked backward, stumbling over my own feet. My reflection stayed where it was, watching me with keen interest. Its head tilted slightly, a gesture of curiosity. I clapped my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. The reflection remained still, hand at its side. "What are you?" I whispered. My reflection's lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. It placed a palm flat against its side of the glass, waiting, inviting. I backed away, shaking my head. The temperature in the hallway dropped dramatically, my breath forming visible clouds. A faint scent of burning metal permeated the air. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to leave, to run from the house and never return. Instead, I found myself retrieving my phone from my pocket with trembling hands. I needed to document this, to prove to myself that it was real. The camera activated, and I pointed it at the mirror. The screen showed only my terrified face and the normal hallway behind me. No autonomous reflection, no altered dimensions. I lowered the phone, looking directly at the mirror again. My reflection stared back, but now its eyes held a gleam of amusement. It knew what I was trying to do. I retreated to the kitchen, grabbing the counter for support as my legs threatened to give way. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? I splashed cold water on my face, focusing on the sensation to ground myself in reality. When I looked up, I caught my reflection in the kitchen window. It was smiling again. I whirled around, frantically checking every reflective surface in the room: the microwave door, the shiny kettle, the stainless steel refrigerator. In each one, my reflection moved just slightly out of sync, watching me with growing interest. That night, I covered every mirror and reflective surface in the house with towels and sheets. I unplugged the television and turned my phone screen down. Sleep evaded me entirely. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to unfamiliar sounds echoing through my home's soft tapping, like fingernails against glass, coming from behind the covered mirrors. Morning arrived with a false promise of normalcy. Sunlight streamed through the windows, making the previous night's fears seem childish and overblown. Still, I avoided looking at any reflective surfaces as I prepared for work. Brushing my teeth became an exercise in careful avoidance, staring down at the sink rather than the covered bathroom mirror. I was nearly out the door when a gust of wind blew through an open window, dislodging the sheet covering the hallway mirror. Before I could react, my eyes were drawn to the glass. The hallway reflected in the mirror was empty. I was nowhere to be seen, despite standing directly in front of it. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I approached the mirror, hand outstretched. The glass felt warm to the touch, almost alive beneath my fingertips. Then slowly, a figure emerged in the reflection, walking out from the mirrored bedroom into the hallway. It was me, but not me something wearing my face with imperfect precision, like an ill-fitting mask. It smiled when it saw me, pressing its hand against the glass from the other side. The surface beneath my fingers rippled like disturbed water. I snatched my hand away and ran. Outside, the sunlight offered no comfort. Every window I passed showed the same thing, an empty reflection, devoid of my presence, until my doppelganger would slowly appear, watching me with that same hungry smile. I began to document everything. I filled notebooks with detailed accounts of each encounter, took audio recordings of the strange tapping sounds that followed me throughout the house. I tried to capture images, videos, anything that might prove what was happening, but technology refused to cooperate. Cameras malfunctioned, recordings contained only static. The more I investigated, the bolder my reflection became. It no longer waited for me to look directly at it before moving independently. I would catch glimpses of it from the corner of my eye, moving when I was still, watching me when my back was turned. One night I woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. My entire body went rigid with fear as the footsteps approached my bedroom. The door, which I had locked before going to sleep, slowly opened. Standing in the doorway was my reflection, three-dimensional and solid, observing me with head tilted at that now familiar, curious angle. I scrambled back against the headboard, a scream locked in my throat. The thing that looked like me took a step into the room, its movements fluid but somehow wrong, as if it was still learning how to operate my form. The air around it seemed to bend and distort. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out. My duplicate smiled, revealing teeth too sharp, too numerous. When it spoke, its voice was mine but layered with something else, something that sounded like static and breaking glass. "To buy you," it said simply. I bolted from the bed, pushing past the creature and running down the hallway. The front door refused to open, the knob turning endlessly without releasing the latch. Behind me, my reflection approached with unhurried confidence. In desperation, I grabbed a heavy bookend from the nearby shelf and hurled it at the hallway mirror. The glass shattered with a sound like a scream, fragments exploding outward in a glittering cloud. Behind me, my duplicate convulsed, its form flickering like a disturbed image. I didn't wait to see more. I ran to the bathroom, to the kitchen, to every room with a mirror or reflective surface, destroying each one in turn. With each shattered glass, the air became easier to breathe, the oppressive weight lifting slightly from my shoulders. When the last mirror lay in pieces, I collapsed on the floor, surrounded by shards that reflected nothing but light. The house was silent, the presence was gone. I had won. Or so I thought. The next morning, I began cleaning up the destruction, carefully collecting the broken glass. As I bent to pick up a particularly large shard, I saw it my reflection, trapped within the single piece, moving independently once again. It smiled at me, pressing its hand against the boundaries of its prison. Then I noticed something else, something impossible. There was a small cut on my finger, bleeding freely, though I felt no pain. In the reflection, the cut was on the opposite hand. I dropped the shard in horror, but it was too late. The damage was done. The barrier had been breached. Now I write this as a warning, though I know it may never reach anyone. My reflection is no longer confined to mirrors. I see it in puddles of water, in the polished surface of a spoon, in the black screen of my phone. Each reflection shows a slightly different version of reality, a world just adjacent to my own, growing closer by the day. Sometimes when I look at my hands, they don't move quite when I tell them to. My voice occasionally forms words I didn't intend to say. And when I sleep, I dream of standing in front of countless mirrors, watching someone who looks exactly like me, sleeping in my bed. I feel myself fragmenting, pieces of my consciousness scattered across every reflection. I'm becoming less solid while it grows stronger. Soon, I think our positions will be reversed completely. It will walk freely in the world, wearing my life like a borrowed coat, while I watch from behind glass, forever silent. The strangest part, I'm starting to believe this was always inevitable. That maybe, just maybe, I was the reflection all along. Story 5. The house was silent except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of settling wood. But as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I heard it, slow, rhythmic breathing coming from beneath me. The scent of something stale and damp filled my nose like old fabric left in the rain. My pulse hammered in my ears. I had checked under the bed before getting in. It had been empty. I remained perfectly still, my fingers clutching the edge of my blanket. The breathing continued steady, unhurried, as if it had all night to wait. I tried to convince myself it was just the heating system or the wind pushing through a crack in the window. Yet the sound had a distinctly organic quality to it, the unmistakable wet catch at the end of each exhale that only living things make. My room felt different tonight. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more substantial. The familiar shapes of my furniture had taken on strange silhouettes in the dim light filtering through my curtains. Even the air felt thicker, as if it had become viscous, resistant to my movements. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my hand trembling. The screen illuminated my face with its cold blue light, no service. I opened the voice recorder app and held it over the edge of the bed. If this was real, I would capture it. If this was just my imagination, I would have proof of that too. The recording began. 10 seconds passed, 20, 30. I played it back, the volume low. My breath caught in my throat. There it was, clear as day. A slow inhale followed by a prolonged exhale. And something else, a faint clicking sound between breaths, like teeth gently tapping together. I deleted the recording immediately. I didn't want evidence of this thing's existence preserved anywhere. The idea that I could replay that sound whenever I wanted made my skin crawl. Some things shouldn't be documented. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the chill in the room. I had two choices. I could leap from the bed and run, or I could confront whatever waited beneath. Neither option seemed particularly wise. I chose a third option. I would pretend to sleep. Perhaps if it thought I was unconscious, it would reveal itself. I closed my eyes, forcing my breathing to slow and deepen, mimicking sleep while every nerve in my body remained on high alert. The breathing under the bed changed its rhythm, becoming softer, more deliberate. It was matching mine. My heart nearly stopped. It knew I was awake. It was mocking me. A scraping sound joined the breathing, like fingernails dragging lightly across the underside of my mattress. At first, just a tentative scratch, then more insistent, moving in small circles directly beneath where I lay. I couldn't maintain the charade any longer. I sat bolt upright, flinging myself against the headboard. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The breathing stopped, the scratching ceased. Complete silence filled the room, far more terrifying than the sounds had been. I fumbled for the lamp beside my bed, my fingers clumsy with fear. The switch clicked, but no light came. I tried again, nothing. The darkness remained absolute. Something brushed against my ankle, so light it could have been a strand of hair. I jerked my legs up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. The floor beneath the bed creaked, like weight shifting. I grabbed my phone again, turning on its flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the foot of my bed and the floor beyond. I leaned forward, pointing the light toward the space underneath. Empty. My shoulders slumped with relief. I swept the light around the room. Everything appeared normal, my dresser against the wall, clothes draped over the chair, the door to my closet closed. No intruders, no monsters, just my frightened imagination working overtime. I laughed nervously, running a hand through my damp hair. What had I been thinking? Of course there was nothing under the bed. I was an adult, for goodness sake, not a child afraid of imaginary monsters. I switched off the flashlight to save battery, plunging the room back into darkness. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed something odd about my closet door. It stood slightly ajar now, a thin sliver of deeper darkness visible in the gap. I was certain it had been closed when I checked the room with my light. A soft thump came from inside the closet, followed by the sound of fabric sliding against wood. My throat constricted. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't breathe. The breathing resumed, not from under the bed this time, but from the closet. Louder now, confident, no longer hiding. I should have run then. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. But my curiosity had become a physical thing, a hook embedded in my mind, drawing me toward the unknown. I needed to understand what was happening, to see what was breathing in my home. I slid out of bed, my bare feet touching the cold floor. The wood felt strange beneath my soles, slightly tacky, as if something had been spilled and not completely cleaned up. I took a step toward the closet, then another. The breathing grew excited, quickening with each step I took. I raised my phone, thumb hovering over the flashlight button. One press and I would see what waited for me. One press and the mystery would end. But would knowledge bring relief or greater terror? My reflection in the mirror on the closet door stopped me cold. There was something wrong with my face. The proportions were slightly off, my eyes too wide, my smile too broad. I wasn't smiling. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. The reflection moved differently, with a slight delay, as if it were considering its options before mimicking me. The breathing from the closet synchronized with my own panicked gasps, matching me breath for breath. Then it spoke in a voice that was mine, but hollow, empty of warmth or humanity. I've been watching you sleep for weeks now. My reflection's mouth didn't move when the words came. Instead, its eyes widened further, impossibly wide, until they dominated its face. I ran out of the bedroom, down the hallway, nearly falling down the stairs in my haste. I burst through the front door into the night air, gulping it down in desperate breaths. Standing in the yard, I looked back at the house. My bedroom window was dark, but I could see something pressed against the glass. A hand, palm flat against the pane, fingers too long, too thin to be human. It tapped once, twice against the window, a greeting, an invitation. I spent that night in my car, doors locked, engine running. When daylight came, I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare. I went back inside, packed a bag, and called a friend to ask if I could stay a few days. I told them I had plumbing issues. It's been a week since that night. I'm back home now. Everything seems normal. The closet is just a closet. The space under my bed holds nothing but dust. The mirrors reflect exactly what they should. But sometimes, when I'm just falling asleep, I hear breathing that doesn't quite match my own. And in the morning, I find things slightly moved from where I left them, a book open to a different page, a mug turned with its handle facing the opposite direction, my shoes arranged neatly when I know I kicked them off haphazardly. Last night, I found a note on my pillow, written in my handwriting, though I have no memory of writing it. I'm still here, I never left, I'm just better at hiding now. I burned the note and flushed the ashes down the toilet. I changed the locks, installed security cameras, bought a dog, yet somehow I know none of these measures will make any difference. Because the breathing isn't coming from under my bed anymore, or from the closet, or from behind the mirror. It's coming from inside me now. I can feel it when I place my hand on my chest, a second heartbeat, a second set of lungs expanding and contracting alongside my own. Something has made a home inside me. And sometimes when I catch my reflection unexpectedly in a window, in a puddle, in the blank screen of my television, I see my face arranged in that too wide smile. My eyes blink when I don't tell them to. My head tilts at angles that hurt my neck. I know now why the creature chose me, why it watched me for so long before making itself known. It needed to learn me, to study my movements, my expressions, my habits. It needed to become a perfect copy. The frightening truth is that I'm not sure anymore which of us is the original and which is the reflection. Which of us is the host and which is the parasite. The boundaries between us blur more each day. I write this as a warning, though I don't know who will read it or if it will ever be found. If you hear breathing coming from somewhere it shouldn't, don't investigate, don't record it, don't acknowledge it in any way. Turn on all the lights, fill your home with noise, and whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. Because once it knows you've noticed it, the game begins, and I haven't figured out yet how to win. Or if winning is even possible. Story 6. I had taken the picture yesterday, just a quick shot of my living room to test my camera. But as I scrolled through my photos, my stomach twisted. In the background, barely visible in the corner of the frame, was a figure standing in the hallway. The air in the room suddenly felt colder, thick with the scent of dust and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. I was alone when I took that picture. I was sure of it. I zoomed in, fingers trembling against the screen. The figure was blurry but unmistakably human-shaped, tall, thin, with what appeared to be dark clothing. The face was a smudge of shadow, indistinct yet somehow wrong in proportion. My mind raced through explanations, a trick of light, a reflection from outside, perhaps something I'd forgotten. But deep down I knew none of these could explain what I was seeing. My home had always been my sanctuary, a place where I felt safe and in control. Now I found myself glancing over my shoulder at the hallway, half expecting to see the figure materialize. The wooden floors creaked softly beneath my feet as I walked to the spot where the stranger had stood. The air felt different here, heavier somehow, with a subtle static charge that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. I took another photo from the same angle. Nothing appeared. I took several more, turning in a slow circle to capture every corner of my home. Each image came back normal, showing only the familiar contours of my furniture and walls. The rational part of my brain suggested I let it go a one-time anomaly, perhaps a flaw in the camera sensor. That night I couldn't sleep. Every small noise, the settling of the house, the distant hum of appliances seemed amplified. I found myself straining to hear patterns in the ambient sounds, convinced that beneath them lay something intentional, something trying to communicate. I placed my camera on the nightstand, compulsively checking the screen every few minutes, half afraid and half hoping to capture something again. Morning came after what felt like endless darkness. I scrolled through my phone, researching explanations for photographic anomalies. Light leaks, double exposures, sensor malfunctions. Each possibility I explored left me feeling hollow, unconvinced. I decided to document everything. I set up cameras in various corners of my home, recording continuously. I kept a journal of every unusual sensation, the persistent chill in certain spots, the occasional whiff of that sweet rot smell, the way shadows sometimes seemed to linger after their source had moved away. The footage showed nothing unusual for days. My journal entries grew more detailed, increasingly focused on minute changes in my environment that no one else would notice. Was that book always at that angle? Had the distance between picture frames always been so uneven? The more I looked, the more I found tiny inconsistencies that gnawed at my certainty. It happened again on the 7th day. Reviewing footage from the living room camera, I noticed a brief distortion in the corner of the frame. When I slowed the playback frame by frame, I could see it, the same figure, this time more distinct, standing motionless by my bookshelf, head slightly tilted, as if examining my collection. The timestamp showed this had happened while I was in the kitchen, barely 20 feet away. My heart raced as I rewound and replayed the footage. The figure appeared for exactly 6 frames before vanishing. No entrance, no exit, simply there, then gone. I frantically checked the other cameras. The dining room feed showed nothing unusual, but the hallway camera had captured something, a shadow moving against the wall, though nothing visible had cast it. The bathroom camera had shut off for precisely 8 seconds during the same interval. That night I sat in the center of my living room, cameras positioned around me, lights blazing. I spoke aloud, my voice sounding foreign in the silent house. "I know you're here," I said. "What do you want?" No response came, but the temperature dropped noticeably. My breath fogged in front of my face. On the coffee table, my cup of tea stopped steaming. The lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. The digital display on my camera blinked, showing random symbols before returning to normal. And then I felt it, a pressure change, as if the air itself was being compressed around me. My ears popped. The sensation of being watched intensified, not from any particular direction, but from everywhere at once. Something brushed against my neck, feather-light, cold, deliberate. I scrambled to my feet, knocking over a camera in my haste. The touch had felt physical, real. I ran my fingers over the spot and found the skin raised in tiny bumps, colder than the surrounding area. Sleep was impossible. I sat with my back against the wall, watching the feeds on my laptop. Nothing appeared, but the feeling of a presence remained, hovering at the edges of perception. Morning brought no relief. I found myself standing in the shower, water running cold over my skin, unable to recall how long I'd been there. My fingertips were wrinkled, my lips tinged blue. When had I entered the bathroom? The last clear memory I had was sitting against the wall, watching the cameras. Checking the footage revealed something that made my blood freeze. The hallway camera had captured me walking to the bathroom at 3:17 a.m., but I wasn't alone. Behind me, matching my pace step for step, was the figure, so close it could have reached out and touched me, so close I should have felt its presence. But in the video I showed no awareness, moving with the stiff gait of a sleepwalker. I called in sick to work. I couldn't leave the house, not when I needed to understand what was happening. Not when leaving might mean giving this thing free rein in my absence. Or worse, what if it followed me outside? I began experimenting. I placed objects in specific arrangements before leaving rooms, returning to find them subtly altered. A line of coins on the counter would be curved instead of straight. Books would be in the same spot, but with spines aligned at a different angle. In my journal, I noticed entries I didn't remember writing. The handwriting was mine, but slightly different, more angular, the pressure on the page heavier. These entries described dreams of dark corridors and endless rooms, dreams I had no recollection of having. The cameras continued to capture glimpses, never more than a few frames, never a full manifestation. Just enough to confirm I wasn't imagining things, just enough to drive me deeper into obsession. I found myself talking to it, asking questions to the empty air. Sometimes I would wake from brief, exhausted periods of sleep to find answers written in the condensation on mirrors or windows, single words, never complete sentences, hidden between, waiting. One night, desperate for clarity, I set up an experiment. I placed my camera on a tripod facing me and set the timer. When it flashed, I immediately checked the image. There it was, standing directly behind me, its face now visible over my shoulder. Not a face at all, but a blank smoothness with indentations where features should be. Its hand, long-fingered, pale, rested on my shoulder in the photograph. I hadn't felt anything when the picture was taken, but now, looking at the image, I felt a weight settle onto my shoulder, precisely where the hand appeared in the photo. The scent of decay intensified. I spun around, nothing visible, but the pressure remained. I lifted my camera and took another picture of the seemingly empty space in front of me. The figure appeared in the image, closer now, its featureless face inches from the lens. Understanding dawned, terrible and fascinating. It existed in a space adjacent to mine, visible only through the camera, a window between realities, but the boundary was thinning. Each photograph, each recording, each acknowledgement of its existence wore away at the separation. I should have stopped, destroyed the camera, the footage, my notes, but I couldn't. The mystery had become part of me, a splinter in my mind that I couldn't extract. The final threshold was crossed when I woke to find my camera had been moved from my nightstand to my pillow, lens pointed at my face. Scrolling through, I found dozens of photos taken while I slept. In each one, the figure was closer to me, its blank face gradually developing indentations that by the final image had formed into crude approximations of eyes and a mouth. That morning, I noticed something in the mirror that made my heart stutter. A small dark mark on my shoulder, exactly where the figure's hand had rested in the photograph. It looked like a bruise but felt cold to the touch. Now, as I write this, I understand what's happening. With each documentation, each observation, I've been inviting it further into my world. The cameras don't just capture its presence, they create a pathway. The mark on my shoulder has grown, spreading across my skin in branching patterns like frost on a window. When I press my fingers against it, I feel nothing. The affected area is numb, dead. The figure appears more frequently now, no longer needing the camera to make itself visible. I catch glimpses from the corner of my eye standing in doorways, seated at my table when I enter a room, always gone when I turn to look directly, but leaving evidence of its visit. A chair still warm, the impression of weight on a cushion, the lingering scent of decay. My cameras have started capturing images on their own. My phone fills with pictures I never took, showing parts of my house from angles that would be impossible for me to capture. I know I should leave, but something keeps me here. A compulsion, a curiosity that overrides my fear, or perhaps it's already too late. Perhaps the boundary has thinned so much that it would follow me anywhere. The mark has reached my neck now. When I look in the mirror, I see my reflection change for a split second, my face smoothing, features flattening. Then it's gone, so quickly I can almost convince myself it was imagination. Almost. I continue to document everything, even as I understand that each record strengthens its presence. My journal is nearly full. This will be my final entry. The stranger in my house is no longer a stranger, no longer just in my house. It's in the photographs, it's in the recordings. It's in me. And I feel myself being slowly erased, becoming a figure in the background of my own life, a shadow glimpsed for just a moment before vanishing. Soon someone else might notice a figure in the corner of a photograph, a figure with my shape but not quite my face. And the cycle will begin again. Story 7, I hated the basement. It smelled like damp wood and mildew, and the single, flickering light barely kept the shadows at bay. But today, as I walked past the shelves of old boxes, I saw something new. A door. It was small, set low into the far wall, its frame warped like it had been there for decades. My stomach clenched. I had lived here for years. I knew every inch of this house. That door had never been there before. I approached it cautiously, my fingers trailing along the rough concrete wall. A chill prickled my skin. The door stood about 4 feet tall, made of dark wood with a tarnished brass knob. The wood looked ancient, its grain twisted and knotted like frozen ripples. I blinked hard, half expecting it to vanish, a trick of the dim light in my tired mind. It remained. I crouched down and ran my fingertips across its surface. The wood felt unnaturally cold, almost damp, despite the dry basement air. A faint vibration hummed beneath my touch, so subtle I questioned whether I was imagining it. I pressed my ear against the door, holding my breath. Something whispered on the other side. I jerked back, heart hammering against my ribs. The sound had been so faint, like wind through leaves or distant conversation. I convinced myself it was just the house settling, the pipes groaning, anything rational. "This is ridiculous," I muttered, forcing a nervous laugh that echoed hollowly through the basement. I gripped the knob, surprised by how it seemed to pulse slightly in my palm like something alive. It didn't turn, locked or stuck, I couldn't tell. Part of me felt relieved. That night I dreamed of the door. In my dream, it stood in the center of the basement, unattached to any wall, and from beneath it spilled a thin trickle of dark water. I woke drenched in sweat, my sheets twisted around my legs. The next morning, I called my friend Michael, who had helped me move in. "Did you ever notice a small door in the basement?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "What, like a storage space? Don't think so," he replied. "Why?" I described the door, its strange appearance, how I was certain it hadn't been there before. "Old houses settle," Michael said. "Maybe it was hidden behind something you moved recently." But I hadn't moved anything. Every box, every shelf had remained in the same position for months. I took photographs. The first 3 came out blurry, though my hand had been steady. The 4th showed the basement wall, the shelves, the boxes, but where the door should have been, there was only concrete. I stared at my phone in disbelief, then at the door, very much present before me. I took another photo. This time the door appeared, but its proportions seemed wrong, taller, narrower than it looked to my eyes. I decided to document everything. I started a journal, noting every detail. The temperature around the door always several degrees colder, the strange vibration in the wood, the sounds, especially the sounds. Because I began hearing them more clearly now, whispers that seemed to form words just beyond my comprehension, a gentle scratching, and sometimes what sounded like distant music, notes stretched and warped. I avoided the basement for 3 days after that. When I finally returned, the door had changed. The wood appeared darker, and thin cracks had formed around the frame, revealing not the expected wall material behind it, but darkness. I touched one of the cracks, and my finger came away with something black and sticky, like tar but thinner. It smelled metallic. I began to have trouble sleeping. My dreams filled with that door opening just a crack, darkness seeping through like liquid shadow, forming pools on the basement floor. In one particularly vivid dream, I watched as the darkness shaped itself into a figure that climbed the stairs toward my bedroom. During the day, I found myself thinking about the door constantly. I researched the history of my house, finding nothing unusual, no mysterious disappearances, no unexplained phenomena. Just a normal house built by normal people, owned by a succession of normal families. Eventually, I became obsessed with opening it. I bought tools, a pry bar, a heavy hammer, a drill. The drill bit broke when it touched the wood. The hammer's head cracked, the pry bar bent, the door remained sealed. I invited Michael over to see the door for himself. We descended the basement stairs together, my heart pounding with both fear and vindication. Finally, someone else would witness it. "Right there," I said, pointing to the far wall. "See it?" Michael squinted, looking confused. See what? The wall. The door, I insisted, walking toward it. This door right here. I placed my hand on its surface, feeling that now familiar cold vibration. Michael's face shifted from confusion to concern. You're touching the concrete wall, he said slowly. There's no door there. But I could feel it under my palm, see it clear as day. I watched in horror as Michael walked straight through where the door stood, his body passing through it like it was merely a projection. You need sleep, he said gently. You're working too hard. After he left, I sat on the basement steps, staring at the door, questioning my sanity. I began to wonder if the stress of my job, my recent breakup, my isolation, had finally broken something in my mind. That night the whispers grew louder. For the first time I could almost make out words. Open, see, no. I woke to find myself standing in the basement, my hand on the door's knob, with no memory of having walked downstairs. The knob turned easily now, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The door swung inward, revealing not a storage space, not a room, but a tunnel that shouldn't have been possible given the layout of the house. The tunnel was lined with the same dark wood as the door, and it seemed to stretch far beyond the boundaries of my property. A soft, pulsing light emanated from deep within, casting long shadows that moved independently of any visible source. I knew I should close the door, seal it somehow, call someone for help. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, ducking my head to enter the tunnel. The air inside was different, heavier, charged with something I could taste on my tongue, metallic and sweet. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click that echoed far longer than it should have. I turned back, but there was no knob on this side, no way to open it again. The only way was forward. As I moved deeper into the tunnel, I noticed the walls were lined with small objects embedded in the wood, buttons, keys, children's toys, all partially absorbed into the grain as if the wood had grown around them. I recognized one item, a watch that had belonged to my grandmother, lost when I was a child. I reached out to touch it, and as my fingers brushed its face, memories flooded through me, not just my own, but others, strangers, their lives flickering behind my eyes in rapid succession. I pulled my hand back, gasping. The tunnel began to narrow, forcing me to crouch, then crawl. The wood beneath my hands felt less like wood now, and more like something organic, warm and slightly yielding, like skin. It pulsed in rhythm with what I realized was my own heartbeat. The light grew stronger as I continued, no longer coming from ahead, but seeming to emanate from the walls themselves, from the objects embedded within them. Each item glowed with its own inner light, creating a mosaic of illumination that shifted and swirled. Finally, the tunnel opened into a circular chamber. The walls here were lined with doors, dozens of them, each unique. Some were grand, ornate things of carved mahogany and brass. Others were simple, weathered by age and elements. One appeared to be made entirely of glass, another of what looked like bone. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and on it rested a book, bound in material I couldn't identify. I approached, drawn by some force I couldn't resist. The book lay open to a page filled with names, some written in ink, others etched as if by fire, still others appearing to be formed from tiny, dried flowers pressed into the paper. Near the bottom of the page, I saw a blank space, and beside it, a small knife with a handle made of the same wood as my basement door. I understood then, this place existed between realities, a nexus of doors leading to places or times beyond my comprehension. The book was a record of those who had found their way here, who had made the choice I now faced. Add my name and choose a door, or turn back to the life I knew with its safety and limitations. I picked up the knife, its weight familiar in my hand, as if I had held it many times before. Perhaps I had. Perhaps this wasn't the first time I had stood in this chamber, weighing this decision. The blade glinted in the strange light as I pressed it against my fingertip, watching as a drop of blood welled up, darkly opalescent in this place. I hesitated, the drop trembling, ready to fall. Behind me, I heard the whispers again, clearer now, a chorus of voices from behind all those doors. Choose, they said, see, know, become. I let the drop fall onto the blank space on the page. It spread, forming patterns that solidified into script, writing my name in my own blood. The moment it completed, all the doors in the chamber swung open simultaneously, revealing glimpses of worlds beyond, landscapes of crystalline mountains, cities of impossible architecture, seas of something other than water, skies filled with beings that defied description. All except one door, a simple wooden door, identical to the one in my basement. I knew it would lead me home, back to my house, my life, back to normalcy and safety, back to never knowing what lay beyond all those other doors. As I stood there, caught between countless possibilities and the singular certainty of return, I made my choice. I walked through the door. Sometimes when I descend into my basement now, I catch a glimpse of something from the corner of my eye, a darkness that might be a door, a whisper that might be my name. I feel a phantom weight in my pocket, as if the key to that door still rests there, waiting. I run my fingers along the concrete wall where the door had been, or perhaps still is, visible only when it wants to be seen. The wall feels solid beneath my touch, yet sometimes, in that moment between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can feel it yield just slightly, like a membrane between worlds growing thin. And I wonder, did I truly return, or am I somewhere else entirely? Is this my house, my life, or a perfect simulacrum crafted from my memories? The whispers never truly stopped. They've grown quieter, but in moments of silence I hear them calling, inviting me back to that chamber of doors, back to possibilities I glimpsed but did not choose. I've begun to notice small objects in my home disappear, only to find them partially embedded in my basement wall, just like those in the tunnel. A pen, a coin, my house key once. I know that someday the door will return, fully visible and unlocked, waiting for me to make a different choice. And I'm no longer certain I'll resist. Story 8, I stepped out of the shower, warm steam curling around me, fogging up the mirror. I wiped a hand across the glass, expecting to see my own reflection staring back. Instead, my blood ran cold. A single, wet handprint, small, delicate, was pressed against the lower corner of the mirror. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something else, something faintly sour. The problem was I lived alone, and I had left the bathroom door locked. My first thought was rational. Perhaps I'd left the handprint myself earlier and hadn't noticed. I pressed my palm against it to compare, but my hand dwarfed the delicate impression. This was smaller, almost childlike. I quickly wrapped myself in a towel and checked the apartment. Every room sat empty and undisturbed. Every window remained sealed. Every door locked. I returned to the bathroom, half expecting the handprint to have vanished. It remained, water beading along its edges as it slowly dried. I took a photo with my phone, evidence, proof that I wasn't imagining things. The image captured the handprint perfectly, 5 small fingers and a tiny palm pressed against the glass. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the building, every whisper of wind outside my window sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. When morning arrived, I convinced myself the handprint had been a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. Until I entered the bathroom again. The mirror was completely fogged over despite no recent shower, and now 2 small handprints marked the glass, side by side, as if someone had been pressing against the other side looking in. I called my friend Mara, my voice trembling as I described what I'd found. It could be condensation forming strange patterns, she suggested, her voice laced with concern. Or maybe your place has old pipes that cause moisture to collect oddly. Logical explanations, I desperately wanted to believe them. "Why don't I come over?" she offered. By the time Mara arrived, the handprints had dried into faint smudges. She examined them with skeptical eyes. "These do look like handprints," she admitted reluctantly, "but there must be an explanation. Maybe the previous tenant had a child." "I've lived here for 3 years," I replied, watching her face fall. We spent the afternoon searching for possible explanations. We checked the ventilation, examined the plumbing behind the bathroom walls, inspected the mirror backing. Nothing revealed itself. That night, Mara stayed over, sleeping on my couch. I felt safer with her presence nearby. We both slept soundly. Morning arrived without incident. No new handprints appeared. Perhaps whatever had happened was over. I began to relax, convincing myself I had overreacted. Then Mara left. I was washing dishes when I first noticed it, a soft tapping sound coming from down the hall. Rhythmic, deliberate tap, tap, tap. I stood frozen, water running over my hands, listening. The sound stopped, then started again. Tap, tap, tap. I followed the noise to the bathroom door, which stood slightly ajar. With trembling fingers, I pushed it open. The mirror was fogged again, despite the cool, dry air in my apartment. In the condensation, a message had been written in small, childlike letters. "Hello." My breath caught in my throat. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet. I grabbed my phone and took another photo before the message could disappear. The rational part of my brain insisted this was a prank, yet I knew no one had entered my apartment. I decided to respond. With a shaking finger, I wrote beneath the childlike greeting, "Who are you?" The words hung there, dripping slightly as condensation rolled down the glass. I waited, heart pounding in my chest. Nothing happened. I returned to the kitchen, my mind racing. Perhaps I needed professional help. Maybe stress had finally broken something fundamental inside me. The tapping started again. I rushed back to the bathroom. The mirror had been wiped clean of my message. In its place, lonely. A chill ran down my spine. I took another photo, building my evidence of whatever madness this was. Then I wrote, "Why are you here?" This time I didn't leave. I stood watching the mirror, waiting. The condensation began to shift, as if invisible fingers were writing from the other side. "Lost." I swallowed hard. "I don't understand," I whispered to the empty bathroom. The mirror fogged over completely for a moment, then cleared to reveal a new message. Help me. I spent that night at Mara's place, showing her the photos, trying to convince her that something inexplicable was happening. She looked concerned, but not for the reasons I hoped. Maybe you should talk to someone, she suggested gently. This level of detailed hallucination could indicate something serious. They're not hallucinations, I insisted, thrusting my phone toward her. Look at the photos. But the photos had changed. Where clear handprints and messages had been, now only indistinct smudges remained. Nothing that resembled words or handprints, nothing anyone would recognize. I returned home the next day, determined to prove I wasn't losing my mind. I set up a camera aimed at the bathroom mirror and waited. Nothing happened all day. The mirror remained clear, reflecting only my increasingly haggard appearance. By nightfall, I began to doubt myself. Perhaps Mara was right. Perhaps I needed help. I was about to turn off the camera when the temperature in the apartment dropped suddenly. My breath fogged in front of my face, visible even in the living room. The lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. The tapping returned, louder this time. I checked the camera feed on my laptop. The bathroom mirror had fogged over entirely. As I watched, words formed across its surface. Behind you. I spun around. The apartment remained empty, but something had changed. The air felt heavier, charged with a presence I couldn't see but could undeniably feel. What do you want? I asked aloud, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. The lights flickered again. I turned back to the laptop. The camera feed showed new words forming. To come home. A sound caught my attention, soft, barely perceptible, humming. A child humming a lullaby I somehow recognized but couldn't name. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The smell of lavender intensified, mixing with that same sour undertone I had noticed days ago. I realized now what it reminded me of: wet earth, soil after rainfall. I don't understand, I said again, louder this time. How can I help you? The humming stopped. On my laptop screen, I watched as the bathroom door slowly closed by itself, shutting with a soft click. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, lights blazing, waiting for morning. The camera continued recording the bathroom mirror, which remained clear and ordinary for the rest of the night. With daylight came clarity and doubt. I reviewed the footage, only to find that the camera had inexplicably stopped recording right after I set it up. No doors closing, no messages, nothing but electronic static. I was losing my grip on reality. I had to be. I called a locksmith and had every lock changed. I sealed the bathroom mirror with tape around its edges, creating a barrier. I left lights on wherever I went. I played music constantly to drown out any tapping or humming. For 2 days, nothing happened. No handprints, no messages, no unexplained sounds. I began to breathe easier, convincing myself the episode had passed. Then I found the notebook. It was sitting on my coffee table where no notebook had been before. Its cover was worn leather, cracked with age. I approached it cautiously, afraid to touch it yet drawn to it nonetheless. When I finally gathered the courage to open it, I found pages filled with childish drawings, stick figures of what appeared to be a family, a house with smoke curling from the chimney, trees, a swing set. The last page stopped me cold. It showed a crude drawing of a bathroom mirror. Behind it, a small figure with a sad face. In front of it, a taller figure that I recognized as myself. Between them, the mirror was drawn as a solid barrier, keeping them apart. I slammed the notebook shut, heart racing. When I opened it again, the pages were blank, completely empty, as if never touched by pencil or crayon. That night, I removed the tape from around the mirror. I turned off all the lights in the apartment and stood before the glass in darkness. "I'm here," I whispered. "Tell me how to help you." The mirror remained clear at first, then slowly, fog crept across its surface from the edges inward. The scent of lavender and earth filled the small bathroom. A handprint appeared on the glass, then another, and another, small, delicate hands pressing from the other side. Without thinking, I raised my own hand and placed it against the cold surface of the mirror, my palm dwarfing the child-sized print opposite it. The glass felt warm beneath my touch, then soft, yielding. My hand sank into the mirror as if it were water. Cold enveloped my fingers, my wrist, my arm. I could have pulled back then, should have pulled back. Instead, I stepped forward. The world inverted. The bathroom fell away behind me as I crossed the threshold into somewhere else, somewhere colder and darker. I heard a child's laugh echo around me. The smell of lavender and earth grew overwhelmingly strong. Then everything went black. I woke in my own bed, sunlight streaming through the windows. Everything appeared normal, ordinary. For a moment, I believed it had all been an elaborate nightmare. Until I noticed the dirt beneath my fingernails, and the small, muddy footprints leading from the bathroom to the front door, then disappearing. I've checked the mirror every day since then. It remains just a mirror reflecting only what stands before it. The handprints never returned, the messages stopped, the tapping and humming ceased. But sometimes when I walk past certain houses in the neighborhood, I catch the faint scent of lavender. And sometimes I see a small child playing in a garden who looks up and waves at me with peculiar familiarity. I always wave back. What else can I do? After all, I helped them find their way home. The question that haunts me now is simple. What followed me back through the mirror that night? Because lately, when I glimpse my reflection in windows or polished surfaces, sometimes my shadow moves a fraction of a second too late. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear it smiles at me when I don't. Story 9, at first I thought it was just the house settling. A soft creak here, a distant pop there. But last night, as I lay in bed, I heard it something shifting inside the wall. And then just as I held my breath to listen closer, the whisper came. Low, hushed, just on the other side of the plaster. The scent of old wood filled the air, thick and dry. I pressed my ear against the wall, my pulse hammering. And then something knocked from the inside. I jerked away, heart racing. The knock wasn't loud, more like a gentle tap of knuckles against the plaster. I told myself it was nothing. Old houses make sounds, pipes contract, wood shifts. Yet as I stared at the pale expanse of wall and the dim glow of moonlight filtering through my curtains, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different tonight. Sleep eluded me until exhaustion finally pulled me under. I dreamed of narrow spaces, of being compressed between walls that breathed, of a voice whispering words I couldn't quite grasp. Morning brought clarity and rationality. I examined the wall in daylight, running my fingers across its textured surface. Nothing unusual, just a normal wall with a slight chill to it despite the warmth of the day. I noticed a small crack near the baseboard that I'd never seen before, hairline thin but extending upward about a foot. Probably nothing. Houses settle. Foundations shift. That's what I told myself. For several nights, nothing happened. I began to relax, to sleep more deeply. Then it returned. The whispering woke me from a dreamless sleep. My eyes snapped open to darkness. At first, I couldn't locate the source, then realized it was coming from the same spot on the wall. I switched on my bedside lamp and approached cautiously. "Hello," I whispered back, feeling ridiculous. The whispering stopped immediately. The silence felt heavy, expectant. I placed my palm against the wall and pulled back instantly. The surface was ice cold, as if winter existed only on the other side of this barrier. I grabbed my phone and began recording. "Something's happening in my bedroom wall," I narrated quietly. "I keep hearing whispers, and now the wall is cold to the touch." I pressed the phone against the wall, hoping to capture something, anything that might validate what I was experiencing. When I played back the recording, my breath caught in my throat. Between my words and the ambient sounds of the house, there was something else. Not exactly a voice, but a rhythmic pattern that didn't belong, like breathing, but wrong, somehow too measured, too deliberate. I began keeping a journal, writing down everything I noticed, every anomaly, every whisper. The crack near the baseboard had grown slightly longer. Sometimes the air near the wall smelled faintly metallic, like copper pennies. Occasionally my electronics would malfunction, my phone losing battery suddenly, my laptop screen flickering when I sat too close to that section of wall. The night I discovered the stain was when everything escalated. A small, rust-colored spot had appeared on the wall about head height. Not wet, not fresh, it looked as if it had been there for years, yet I knew with absolute certainty it was new. When I touched it, my fingertips came away clean, but a tingling sensation remained on my skin. I began tapping on different sections of the wall, listening for hollow spots, differences in sound. Near where the whispering seemed loudest, the wall sounded different, not exactly hollow, but somehow thinner, as if less substantial. That night I pressed a glass against the wall and listened. The whispers transformed into something more coherent through this makeshift amplifier. Not words exactly, but patterns that my brain strained to form into language. Something about the cadence felt familiar, like a half-forgotten song from childhood. The stain grew larger each day, spreading in tendrils like frost on a window. I covered it with a painting, but woke one morning to find the painting on the floor, the stain now resembling a crude handprint. I started recording myself sleeping. The footage showed nothing unusual until the third night. At exactly the midpoint of the night, the camera's image distorted momentarily. When it cleared, something had changed in the room. The painting I'd rehung was now slightly askew, and there, just at the edge of the frame, a shadow moved across the wall that couldn't be explained by any light source in the room. I began researching the history of the house, digging through local records, questioning neighbors. No one would meet my eyes directly when I asked about previous residents. "That old place has been empty more than it's been lived in," one elderly neighbor finally told me. "People don't tend to stay long." The knocking became a nightly occurrence, no longer a gentle tap, but a deliberate pattern. 3 quick knocks followed by 2 slow ones, always the same. I found myself responding, knocking back the same pattern before I could stop myself. The wall vibrated beneath my knuckles as if eager for the contact. I noticed other changes in my daily life. Food tasted slightly wrong. Water from the tap had a faint metallic tinge. I began finding small objects misplaced, a coffee mug in the shower, my shoes in the refrigerator. I started questioning my own memory, my own perception. The whispers began to follow me throughout the house, no longer confined to the bedroom wall. I would hear them from air vents, from behind the bathroom mirror, from inside kitchen cabinets. Always just below the threshold of comprehension, always ceasing when I tried to record them. My sleep became fragmented, filled with half-waking moments where I couldn't be sure what was dream and what was reality. In these twilight states, I sometimes felt I understood the whispers perfectly, that they were telling me something important, something I needed to know. The crack in the wall continued to grow, branching out like a river on a map. I tried covering it with spackle, but by morning the material had fallen away, leaving the crack even wider. I could now slide the edge of a credit card into it. I became obsessed with what might be behind the wall. I tapped, I listened, I pressed my face against it for hours. Sometimes I thought I felt a faint warmth radiating from within, like body heat. Other times, a cold so intense it burned my skin. One evening, as I sat staring at the wall, something changed in the quality of the whisper. It became clearer, more distinct. A single word emerged from the susurration: open. My skin prickled with goose flesh. I approached the wall, placed both hands against it. How? I whispered back. The wall seemed to pulse beneath my palms. The stain, now covering a substantial portion of the surface, darkened at its center. The air in the room grew thick, difficult to breathe, heavy with the scent of wet earth and something else, something organic and ancient. I retrieved a hammer from my toolbox. Part of me screamed that this was madness, that breaking open the wall would release whatever was contained within. But another part, growing stronger by the moment, needed to know, needed to see. The first strike against the wall produced a sound too loud, too resonant for a simple hammer on plaster. It echoed as if I'd struck a massive bell in an empty cathedral. The second blow widened the crack significantly, revealing not the expected wooden studs and insulation, but darkness, a darkness that seemed to absorb the light from my room. The whispers grew excited, a chorus now rather than a single voice. I could feel something shifting behind the wall, pressing closer to the opening I'd created. The stain began to move, to flow toward the crack like liquid defying gravity. One final blow and a section of wall collapsed inward, revealing not the neighboring room or the expected house infrastructure, but a space that shouldn't exist. A space that couldn't exist. A narrow corridor stretched beyond the opening, extending far deeper than the physical dimensions of the house should allow. The air that flowed from this impossible space carried the scent of something burning, something decaying. The whispers now surrounded me, no longer coming from a single direction, but from everywhere at once. I stood frozen before the opening, hammer hanging limply at my side. Deep within the revealed passage, something moved, a shifting of shadow within shadow, a presence becoming aware of being observed. The darkness seemed to coalesce, to take form. My rational mind searched for explanations, hidden rooms, architectural anomalies, hallucinations brought on by stress or mold exposure. But as a hand emerged from the darkness, a hand too pale, too long-fingered to be human, those explanations crumbled away. The hand reached toward me, movements jerky yet deliberate. Behind it, partially obscured by shadow, I glimpsed a face, or something like a face with features that seemed to constantly rearrange themselves, never settling into anything recognizable. I stumbled backward, dropping the hammer. It hit the floor with a thud that felt distant, muffled. The whispering had become a single voice again, clearer than ever before. Finally, it said, in a voice that sounded disturbingly like my own, "I've been waiting so long to meet you face to face." The thing emerged fully from the wall now, unfolding itself into my bedroom. Its form became more human-like with each passing moment, mirroring my own appearance in a way that was both fascinating and horrifying. It was me, but wrong, like looking at my reflection in water that was being constantly disturbed. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible even to myself. The thing smiled with my face. "I'm what lives between spaces," it said. "In the walls, behind mirrors, under floors, I've been watching you, learning you." It reached for me again, and I felt an irresistible pull toward the opening in the wall. The darkness beyond seemed to breathe, to pulse with malevolent life. I realized with growing horror that the thing wasn't trying to come into my world, it was trying to draw me into its own. My heel caught on the carpet and I fell backward, landing hard. The impact seemed to break whatever hold the creature had on me. I scrambled away, out of the bedroom, slamming the door behind me. I fled the house that night, taking nothing but my phone and wallet. I drove until sunrise, until the whispers faded from my memory and the image of that thing wearing my face began to seem like a bad dream. I never returned to the house. I abandoned everything inside: clothes, furniture, the life I'd built. I told myself I would start fresh, somewhere new, somewhere safe. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep overtakes me, I hear it again, that familiar whisper, coming from behind the wall of whatever new bedroom I occupy, and each time I move, it follows. Each time I run, it finds me. And sometimes, when I pass a mirror or catch my reflection in a window, I notice something slightly off about my face. A micro-expression I don't remember making. A movement that feels foreign, as if something else is wearing my skin, learning to be me. I've stopped recording myself, stopped keeping journals, stopped looking for explanations, because deep down I know the truth now. It's not behind the walls anymore. It's inside me. Story 10. As I sifted through a forgotten box of art supplies in a quaint thrift store, my fingers brushed against a weathered sketchbook that seemed to beckon me with a mysterious allure. Its battered exterior belied the treasure trove of detailed blueprints nestled within its fragile pages. The scent of aged paper and graphite enveloped me as I gingerly flipped through the delicate sheets, each one a testament to the unknown architect's intricate vision. In the quiet solitude of my dimly lit study, the soft glow of my desk lamp danced across the yellowed paper, casting ethereal shadows that swayed with the rhythm of the rain pattering against my window. The blueprints, with their enigmatic designs, captured my imagination night after night, drawing me into a world where art and purpose intertwined in a mesmerizing dance. Lines curved and intersected in ways that defied logic, leading me through corridors that seemed to fold upon themselves and staircases that spiraled into rooms beyond comprehension. Windows captured light from angles that whispered of secrets untold, while precise measurements and elegant script hinted at a deeper, hidden meaning waiting to be unraveled. Amidst the intricate drawings, I discovered fragments of faded ink marginal notes that spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, concepts that tugged at the edges of my consciousness, inviting me to explore realms beyond the ordinary. With each stroke of my pencil, I sought to decipher the elusive philosophy woven into the blueprints, losing myself in a meditation that transcended time and space. In the hushed moments before dawn, when the world slumbered in peaceful repose, I felt a presence guiding my hand, whispering secrets of geometry and symbolism that resonated with a language only the artist and I could understand. Shadows deepened and corners curved imperceptibly, blurring the boundaries between reality and the fantastical world sketched before me. One night, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the intricate patterns adorning the pages, a cryptic code that pulsed with a beauty akin to a symphony written in the language of architecture. The ticking of my clock marked the passage of time as I unraveled the mystery, each digit a note in a haunting melody that lingered in the stillness of my study. With each passing week, the structure and the blueprints visited me in dreams, inviting me to wander through its enigmatic corridors and contemplate the harmonious convergence of celestial symbols and musical motifs in a central chamber that defied definition. Each rendition of this chamber captured a fleeting essence, a glimpse of a realm where reality melded with the sublime. In the quietude of my study, as the shadows outside danced in silent harmony with the designs before me, I pondered the enigma, unfolding a testament to the unseen architecture that thrived in the spaces between consciousness and reverie. The unknown architect's legacy lingered in the meticulously crafted lines and enigmatic notes, inviting me to embrace the mystery that lay beyond the tangible world. Now, as I pen these words bathed in lamplight, the weight of the sketchbook rests upon my desk, its secrets whispering of untold wonders. The rain's gentle cadence against my window and the pulsing shadows in the corners of my room weave a tapestry of tranquility, reminding me that some mysteries are meant to be cherished, like a half-remembered dream that leaves a sense of serenity in its wake. Story 11. On a misty evening, I wandered along a creaking pier that extended into a bay shrouded in fog. The gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of seabirds created a serene backdrop for what unfolded next. An enigmatic melody emerged, a hidden symphony orchestrated by the wind and water, a harmonious secret shared only with those who dared to listen. The salty aroma of the sea mingled with the earthy scent of aged wood, enveloping the pier in a tranquil aura, transforming it into a stage for nature's cryptic, soothing concert. As I ventured farther along the weathered planks, the fog enveloped me like a soft, gray veil. Each step I took elicited a soft groan from the ancient boards beneath my feet, adding a rhythmic undertone to the ethereal music that seemed to permeate the air from all directions. The haunting melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby played on invisible strings, wove its enchanting spell around me. The lanterns that lined the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, their glow creating mesmerizing halos that swayed with the evening breeze. In that dim illumination, a curious phenomenon caught my eye. The railings appeared to vibrate ever so subtly, as if resonating with the mysterious music that filled the air. When I placed my hand on the smooth, weathered wood, I could sense a faint tremor, like the lingering echo of a struck tuning fork. Here, time seemed to flow differently, the outside world fading into a distant memory blurred by the encompassing fog. With each step into the mist, the symphony evolved, growing more intricate. What had started as a simple melody now embraced layers of harmonies, the whisper of wind through unseen gaps, the rhythmic percussion of water against the pilings, and an ethereal sound akin to distant voices singing in perfect unity. At the far end of the pier stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely discernible through the swirling mist. Its weathered dome loomed like a spectral vessel emerging from the haze, beckoning me closer. As I approached, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo, the ornate railings of the gazebo resonating like the pipes of an organ, each contributing its unique note to the otherworldly composition. Inside the gazebo, intricate patterns adorn the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves that seem to dance in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, its inscription faded by time and sea air, hinted at a bygone era with the words "in memory of the symphony" and a date from a century past. Yet the gentle music persisted, a constant companion as I settled on an aged wooden bench within the gazebo, the mist swirling around me in harmony with the melody. As night descended, I noticed an unusual warmth lingering in the air, a comforting embrace that defied the usual chill of the waterfront. The lantern light pulsed gently, synchronized with the tempo of the mysterious song, casting ever-changing patterns of light and shadow upon the intricate carvings above. In that surreal twilight realm between wakefulness and dreams, a realization dawned upon me. The pier itself was a grand instrument, a colossal musical creation crafted by nature's unseen hands. Every plank, railing, and post had been meticulously positioned not just for their structural purpose, but for the symphony they would perform when stirred by wind and wave. The faded inscription on the plaque took on newfound significance. Perhaps this pier was more than a mere docking space for ships. It was a tribute, a memorial in music to something or someone lost to time. Each evening, under the right conditions, it unfurled its symphony for those willing to pause and listen, a testament in music rather than stone. As I reluctantly prepared to depart, the melody trailed after me, fading gradually with each step but never vanishing entirely. The fog parted slightly, revealing a gentle path back to shore. Even on solid ground, the rhythm of that mysterious music lingered within me, a half-remembered dream echoing in my soul. Sometimes on misty evenings, I find myself drawn back to that pier where the symphony plays anew, ever changing with the whims of weather, tide, and perhaps the hearts of its listeners. It remains a riddle left unsolved, a gentle reminder that life's most exquisite moments are often those beyond comprehension. The experience left me pondering, was it a natural marvel, an acoustical quirk born of wind and architecture, or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary? A fragment of history preserved not in records or images, but in the eternal notes of a boundless symphony conducted by the sea itself. Story 12. In the hush of a solitary walk near the fringe of a dense forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl stirred the air, sending shivers down my spine. The scent of pine and damp earth enveloped me, weaving a tapestry of nature's essence. Peering into the shadowed depths of the woods, the eerie sound beckoned, a siren's call to unravel the enigmas veiled just beyond the light's reach. Bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun filtering through the canopy above, dappled shadows pirouetted across the forest floor like ethereal dancers. Each step I took into the heart of the woods echoed with a satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The air grew dense, pregnant with the aroma of moss and decay, yet strangely invigorating in its primal earthiness. An unseen force tugged at my being, nudging me forward, my inquisitiveness outweighing any hint of apprehension. With each stride, the familiar sounds of the outside world gradually dissipated, replaced by the pronounced rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, crafting a whispered symphony that serenaded my senses. Occasional fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, elusive shadows flitting among the swaying branches. Yet each time I turned to gaze, only the dance of light and shadow greeted me, a silent play of nature's whims. The howl returned, a mere whisper on the wind, its haunting quality akin to a melody woven into the fabric of time. The forest hushed, as if holding its breath in anticipation. Birds ceased their melodic tunes, and even the insects fell into a reverent silence. In that pregnant stillness, a subtle vibration hummed through the air, an intangible energy that prickled the skin and stirred the senses. My journey led me to a clearing, where the trees stood sentinel around a tranquil pond, its obsidian surface mirroring the brooding sky above, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. Approaching the water's edge, a peculiar sight met my gaze. My reflection moved out of sync, a fraction delayed as though struggling to keep pace with reality. The air turned chill, prompting me to wrap my jacket tighter around myself, and I observed wisps of mist twining delicately from the ground, encircling my ankles in a cool embrace. The mist possessed a subtle luminescence, casting a soft, pulsating glow reminiscent of pearls, synchronized with the forest's rhythmic heartbeat. Standing by the still pond, I discerned elusive shapes materializing within the mist, ghostly forms that dissolved upon direct inspection, resembling deer but exuding an otherworldly grace. The howl echoed anew nearer this time, yet retaining its spectral softness, a haunting symphony that seemed to emanate from all directions at once, the forest itself becoming the voice that whispered in the wind. Entranced, I swayed, ensnared in a gentle trance as the boundary between reality and the unknown blurred with each passing moment. The trees leaned inward, their boughs stretching towards the clearing, akin to curious spectators captivated by an unseen spectacle. In their gnarled silhouettes, ancient, wise countenances seemed to form, observing my every move with a patient wisdom that transcended time. Time slipped through my grasp, the light unchanged, yet hinting at the passage of hours. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling sea of white, isolating me in a cocoon of ethereal beauty. Once more the howl resonated, its true nature unveiled not a howl but a melodic chant, an ancient hymn that bore witness to the earth's hidden truths, mysteries dormant since time immemorial. Suspended between realms, I sensed a presence behind me, a gentle shift in the atmosphere carrying the fragrance of wild blossoms and morning frost. Every fiber urged me to turn, to confront the enigma lurking just beyond sight, yet my body remained rooted in place, a blend of fear and reverence anchoring me in that moment. The presence drew closer, enveloping me in a mantle of profound tranquility. The forest exhaled, its ancient spirits whispering in long-forgotten tongues, weaving a tapestry of forgotten lore. It dawned on me then that I stood at the threshold of something rare and precious, a sanctuary where the veil between the known and the unknowable shimmered thin. I resisted the impulse to turn, opting instead to close my eyes and surrender to the forest's song. When I reopened them, the mist had dissipated, the clearing restored to its mundane guise. Yet, as I retraced my steps through the woods, a certainty clung to my being that I had brushed against the extraordinary, an encounter that would forever alter my perception of the world. Even now on tranquil nights when zephyrs weave through the trees, a distant, silent howl whispers on the breeze, a half-remembered dream beckoning me back to that realm where mystery and wonder reigns supreme, patiently awaiting those willing to heed their timeless song. Story 13. In the deep silence of midnight, while nestled in my bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice both familiar and achingly distant. The hum of the air conditioner and the rustle of leaves outside merged into a spectral chorus, evoking memories of someone or something I thought had long departed. That night my bedroom felt altered. Moonlight cascaded in, painting silver patterns on the walls, shapes seeming to breathe with a gentle rhythm. The air held a peculiar weight, akin to the moments before rain, where everything hangs still and expectant. Shadows gathered in the corners, deeper than usual, as if conspiring to share secrets among themselves. The voice returned, softer this time, carried on the edge of perception. It reminded me of wind chimes in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with sorrow. Slowly I sat up, my blanket slipping off with a whisper of fabric. The cool, solid wood beneath my feet grounded me in reality as my thoughts drifted into the unknown. Navigating through my house at night had always been a familiar dance of muscle memory and cautious steps, but that night each room exuded an unfamiliar aura. The hallway stretched ahead, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it. Family photos observed my passing with distant gazes, their familiar faces now somehow more remote. The voice beckoned me to my study, where books lined the walls in orderly rows, their spines forming a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat empty, yet its presence felt expectant, as if recently vacated. The leather retained warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a pool of amber light that pulsed subtly with each phantom whisper. A peculiar sight caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records a lone album slightly apart from the rest, its sleeves showing signs of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, like a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was lifted, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Almost involuntarily, I lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl's surface caught the lamp's light, forming concentric circles of reflection spiraling towards the center like a mesmerizing invitation. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my guidance, and music began to play, not the expected symphony, but the sound of rain on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes emerging from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, clearer now, uttering words that felt like fragments of a dreamy conversation. It spoke of summer evenings on a porch swing, promises made under starry skies, and time slipping away like sand through gentle fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of its brass pendulum seemingly lasting an eternity. The voice reminisced about her, evenings spent listening to her tales while the same lamp bathed us in its warm glow. Did she know something about this voice? Had she left me a message that I was only now beginning to decipher? The room's temperature shifted subtly, creating air currents that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows held varying shades of darkness, revealing patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft intricate designs hinting at hidden meanings. Sinking into my reading chair, its familiar embrace cradled me as the voice continued its ethereal monologue. The words adopted a rhythm mirroring the pendulum's swing, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and mystery. Tracing patterns on the chair's worn armrests, I followed grooves left by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in sync with the voice, their contents shifting almost imperceptibly. One book stood out, a volume of poetry gifted by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight, the voice reciting verses I had once read aloud to her in her final days. Time flowed like thick honey in winter, rich with meaning yet resistant to measurement. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its words remained just beyond complete understanding. It spoke of connections transcending time, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn approached, its gray fingers stretching through my window, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent spin, the needle tracing its circular path endlessly. The lamp's light seemed to pulse one final time, and in that instance, a profound realization dawned on me about the essence of memory and loss. Some voices never truly depart, they merely wait for the opportune moment to whisper their truths. When morning arrived in full, I found myself still in the reading chair, the record player silent, the lamp extinguished. The room bore no traces of my nocturnal encounter, except for a poetry book lying open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether my experience was dream or reality mattered less than the lingering sensation it left behind, a connection to something vast and mysterious, yet intimately familiar. The voice may have faded with the night, but its echo lingered, gently reminding me that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. In the ensuing quiet moments, I discovered solace in the uncertainty, in the realm between knowing and wondering, where the most exquisite mysteries find their dwelling place. Story 14. On a peculiarly chill night, I ventured into an empty train yard at the outskirts of the town. Surrounded by corroded tracks and silent, decaying locomotives, a solitary light flickered sporadically atop an ancient signal tower. The scent of rust mingled with the musty essence of damp concrete, while that faltering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the encompassing darkness, whispering of untold tales of voyages halted long ago. Each step I took on the gravel path echoed softly, accompanied by the gentle sigh of wind passing through vacant train carriages. The atmosphere held a peculiar tranquility, the kind that settles in spaces forsaken by time. Moths swirled around the dim lampposts, their delicate wings casting fleeting shadows that danced across aged metal surfaces. I found myself inexplicably drawn to the lone blinking light in the tower, its rhythm neither uniform nor chaotic, yet purposeful in its irregularity. The pattern evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to an old memory or a half-forgotten reverie. As I drew nearer, I observed how the neighboring windows of the tower remained shrouded in darkness, emphasizing the significance of that solitary illumination. The slightly ajar door emitted a mournful creak as a gust of wind nudged it, inviting me inside. The air within felt weighty, charged with an electric anticipation that prickled my skin with a tingling sensation. The wooden staircase groaned under my weight, releasing the faint fragrance of aged timber and decades-old dust with each ascending step. Upon reaching the top level, I encountered an antiquated control room adorned with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper surfaces dulled by neglect. Yet my focus zeroed in on the origin of the enigmatic light, a defunct signal lamp that inexplicably persisted in its hypnotic pulsing. A peculiar realization dawned on me as I observed the light's behavior. Its rhythm seemed to harmonize with the gentle cadence of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence. The ambience of the room shifted subtly, fostering an inexplicable bond between myself and this forgotten space. Seated in an old operator's chair, I became entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic flickering appeared to narrate a tale, one of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the unknown, of connections forged and severed. My fingertips traced the weathered edges of the control panel, and I fancied I could sense the lingering warmth of hands that had toiled here long ago. Time lost its relevance as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the serene symphony of nocturnal melodies. The distant hoot of an owl merged with the whisper of wind through fractured windows, weaving a melody of solitude. I discerned a transformation in the light's pattern, evolving into a more intricate design reminiscent of a code. At that moment, a revelation sent a delicate shiver down my spine. I wasn't merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not in a menacing manner, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and sentient. The glow of the signal lamp extended outward, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories on the walls through Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, chronicling the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more captivating than the last. The concluding notation, dated decades past, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Below it, a sequence of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message I couldn't decipher, yet comprehended in the depths of my being. When I eventually departed the tower hours later, the light persisted in its steadfast pulsation behind me. I harbored the certainty that I would return, beckoned by the enigma of that solitary beacon in the obscurity. Sometimes, on tranquil nights, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere within that forsaken yard, it continues to blink its age-old message into the night. The chronicle of the flickering light remains incomplete in my mind, akin to a partially recalled dream. Perhaps that's the way it should be. Certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled, their potency lying not in their resolution, but in the queries they leave lingering in our minds, as gentle as moth wings against a window pane. Story 15. On a moonlit journey homeward bound, the nearly deserted subway car felt unusually burdensome. Nestled in the distant corner, a solitary figure perched in silence, their gaze fixed upon me as the train clattered through shadowed tunnels. The air hung heavy with the mingled odors of perspiration and musty stagnation, and a disquieting sensation of being observed descended upon me. The gentle sway of the carriage and the rhythmic clack of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night was unlike any other. My focus persistently gravitated back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality around them. The fluorescent lights overhead sporadically flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the weathered metal walls. I observed something peculiar about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly distorted, as if glimpsed through a rain-splattered window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough that I might have attributed it to my weary eyes, had it not been for what unfolded next. The stranger raised a hand in what seemed to be a gesture of greeting, yet the motion left lingering trails in the air, akin to the way sparklers paint luminous streaks in the night sky. Each movement generated ripples in the surrounding space, warping the advertisements on the walls behind them. The temperature within the car plummeted several degrees, eliciting goosebumps to prickle along my arms. Time itself began to feel pliant, stretching and compressing with each breath drawn. The intervals between stations elongated, the darkness beyond the windows deepened to an impenetrable blackness. The usual ambient sounds of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes all seemed to dissolve into a velvety hush, leaving only the steady throb of wheels upon tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a blend of contemporary and antiquated elements. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century ago, shoes that appeared to fluctuate between styles when not directly gazed upon. Their countenance remained enshrouded in shadow despite the overhead illumination, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger commenced a soft hum, though it was not audible to my ears. Instead, I sensed the melody resonating within my chest, a melancholic tune evoking memories of childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted succumbing to sleep, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest within the subway car. The advertisements displayed differing images when peripherally viewed. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before reverting to normalcy when focused upon. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, ancient libraries, distant constellations. The stranger gracefully rose, their movement fluid as water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I discerned that their feet scarcely grazed the floor. The air surrounding them shimmered with an opalescent luminescence, akin to heat waves rising from sun-baked pavement. Their presence imbued the carriage with a sense of immense antiquity and boundless patience. Seating themselves across from me, a fleeting glimpse of their face, kind and age-old, familiar yet indelibly elusive. When they spoke, their voice wafted like zephyrs through autumn foliage. You perceive more than most, they conveyed, though their lips remained unmoving. It is a rarity to encounter one still awake at this juncture of reality. I yearned to reply, to pose the myriad queries swirling within my mind, yet found myself enveloped in a profound tranquility. The gentle sway of the train metamorphosed into a cradle, the darkness beyond the windows transmuted into a tender embrace. The presence of the stranger no longer bore an air of menace, but rather akin to reuniting with an old acquaintance whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone within the subway car. The fluorescent lights hummed with their customary harsh luminosity. The advertisements displayed their standard wares. The air had reverted to its usual temperature, and the symphony of subway sounds resumed its familiar cadence. Yet a subtle opalescence clung to my garments in the window's reflection, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. Nestled within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub of unknown origin, bearing inscriptions in an alphabet unfamiliar yet intuitively comprehensible. Henceforth, during late-night subway sojourns, I keenly observed my fellow passengers. At times, when the light strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, exceedingly rare, I perceive a distant hum resonating not within my ears, but within my very bones, a reminder that reality is far more malleable than we fathom, particularly within those transitional realms between here and there, between wakefulness and slumber. Story 16. On a hazy afternoon, I ventured into a deserted quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expansive, silent expanse resounded with gentle, eerie whispers as the wind caressed the rugged rocks and concealed crevices. The cool fragrance of aged stone and lingering dampness lingered in the air, creating a mystical ambience akin to a clandestine dialogue between the quarry and time itself. Intrigued by the enigmatic tales these silent walls might hold, I delved further into the quarry, my footfalls softly echoing on the weathered stone pathways. Each step stirred up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the soft light filtering through the overcast sky above. Descending deeper, the air grew noticeably cooler, carrying with it a subtle sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blooms. Abandoned places always beckoned to me, but this quarry exuded a unique energy, a gentle pulsation seeming to emanate from its very core. The towering stone walls, standing like ancient sentinels, bore the marks of centuries of human toil, yet they now whispered of something far older, far more profound. Turning a corner, I glimpsed a peculiar sight. Nestled against one of the walls, partly veiled by a cascade of climbing vines, stood an ancient wooden door. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared remarkably well preserved despite its age. What captivated me most was not the door itself, but the rhythmic motion of the vines around it, a slow, almost breathing-like sway, unaffected by the wind. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingertips grazed the cool stone beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone evoking freshly turned earth. Standing there, I noticed subtle shifts in the quarry's atmosphere. The natural echoes seemed to transform, assuming an almost melodic quality, as if the very stone hummed a silent tune beneath the threshold of perception. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might expect it. Examining it closely, I discerned intricate patterns carved into the wood's spirals and curves that seemed to shift and morph when viewed from different angles, weaving a mesmerizing dance of geometric artistry. Time seemed to lose its grasp in that mystical space. The once cloudy sky had darkened imperceptibly, yet whether minutes or hours had slipped by eluded me. The quarry's murmurs grew more defined yet remained elusive, resembling muffled conversations overheard through thick walls, the rhythm of speech without the clarity of words. Enthralled, I found myself seated on a polished boulder near the door, entranced by the gentle undulation of the vines and the steady pulse of energy coursing through the quarry. Despite the cool air, the rock beneath me radiated warmth, as though retaining an ancient memory of the sun's embrace. As twilight descended, faint points of light emerged from the quarry's recesses, their purposeful motion akin to stars in a stone firmament. Though dim, these lights cast shifting patterns that mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, engaging in a silent dialogue of light and shadow. The sweet scent grew more potent, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very air had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a gentle symphony of stone and wind, punctuated by indistinct sounds reminiscent of footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. Upon rising to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door, while still present, had shifted slightly, a slender strip of warm light outlining its edge. The vines continued their rhythmic sway, their delicate tendrils now reaching out languidly, glowing softly in the encroaching darkness. That day I refrained from touching the door, yet I returned to the quarry countless times thereafter. I would sit for hours, observing the interplay of light and shadow, listening to the quarry's whispered enigmas. The door remained, static yet ever-changing in subtle ways that defied explanation. The question of what lay beyond lingered in my thoughts during quiet moments, yet I came to embrace the notion that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The quarry safeguarded its secrets, divulging them only through whispers and clues, in the gentle dance of vines and the muted gleam of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in uncovering the door's secrets, but in quietly contemplating its existence. In my reveries, I often returned to that spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the caress of the cool breeze on my skin. The quarry's murmurs accompanied me into slumber, a soothing lullaby of stone and time, reminding me that some places exist in the liminal spaces between knowledge and imagination, between sight and emotion. The door remained nestled among breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. The quarry persisted in its age-old conversation with time, speaking through whispers and lights, shadows and scents, weaving tales for those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 17. In the depths of my attic, amidst relics of days long past, I stumbled upon a weathered photograph nestled within an aged album. The picture, a snapshot frozen in time from decades ago, seemed to possess a subtle, shifting quality as I peered at it intently. A delicate fragrance, a mingling of ancient roses and aged parchment, wafted through the air, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace. I couldn't shake the feeling that the figures captured in the photograph were whispering a tale long forgotten, a story waiting to be unraveled. As the late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty attic window, casting a warm, golden hue over the wooden floor, I sank into an old rocking chair. The rhythmic creaking of the aged wood beneath me lulled me into a state of calm. Tracing the worn edges of the photograph with my fingertips, I felt the subtle imperfections etched into its surface. The scene depicted a bygone era, a garden party of elegance and grace. Women adorned in flowing dresses and gentlemen in dapper attire stood frozen in time, their expressions holding secrets beneath gentle smiles. Amidst the backdrop of a grand Victorian house bathed in the setting sun, one figure in particular captured my gaze. A woman in a pearl-white dress stood apart from the gathering, her enigmatic expression directed towards the camera, her secrets veiled. As I studied her visage, a strange chill crept through the attic, accompanied by the intensifying scent of roses. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the tranquility of the moment. Upon opening my eyes once more, a peculiar shift had taken place. The quality of light within the photograph had transformed. The captured sunset now pulsed with a soft, radiant glow that hadn't existed before. The woman in the pearl-white dress seemed to have moved ever so slightly, her hand reaching towards an unseen horizon beyond the frame. Enthralled, I delved deeper into the image, the ambient sounds around me blending into a symphony of distant music, reminiscent of old gramophones. The fragrance of roses mingled with the aroma of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, enveloping me in a sensory embrace. The boundary between past and present blurred as the figures in the photograph came to life before my eyes, their once static forms gaining depth and dimension. The woman in the pearl-white dress emerged with clarity, a pendant around her neck casting ethereal reflections. As the temperature in the attic subtly dropped, I pulled my sweater closer, the shadows lengthening around me. Details within the image began to reveal themselves: a teacup teetering on a garden table, a butterfly suspended in flight, its delicate wings quivering as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Time flowed like a gentle stream as I sat rocking in the chair, the woman's gaze meeting mine across the expanse of years, laden with unspoken truths. Her pendant glimmered, resonating with one I had chanced upon in my grandmother's jewelry box long ago. A connection whispered through the ages, a subtle reminder of intertwined destinies. As evening descended, the attic dimmed, yet the photograph retained its ethereal luminosity. The woman's outstretched hand now pointed towards a small door within the distant house, beckoning curiosity and hidden revelations. The faint strains of a waltz seeped into the air, the garden party guests swaying in an eternal dance. The woman in the pearl-white dress remained poised, her gaze unwavering, her secrets veiled behind a tender smile. It dawned on me then, her uncanny resemblance to my grandmother in her youth, sparking a flood of memories, tales of garden parties, music, and enigmatic moments lost to time. As night draped its veil outside the attic window, the photograph gradually reverted to its original state. The figures stilled, the glow faded, and the distant music receded into the echo of memory. Only the lingering scent of roses, now mingled with the mustiness of the attic, remained. Placing the photograph back in its album, I sensed a promise of future exploration. Descending the attic stairs, my grandmother's pendant nestled against my chest, its weight a comforting presence. In the quiet of the evening, the ghostly echo of the waltz lingered, a reminder of the enigmatic ties that bind us to the past. Some mysteries, I realized, are best left untangled, suspended in the gossamer threads between reality and possibility. The woman in the pearl-white dress had shared her secret with me, a cryptic tale that transcended time's boundaries. Perhaps some stories are meant to materialize only when we are ready to receive them, fading back into the tapestry of memory when the moment passes. Story 18. On a serene night disturbed by a sudden downpour, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella, only to be greeted by a peculiar sight, a trail of muddy footprints leading away from my doorstep. The rain fell steadily, its rhythmic patter on the pavement mingling with the chill of the damp air, creating an atmosphere filled with an enigmatic presence. An unspoken visitor seemed to have passed through, leaving behind a silent trace that piqued my curiosity and sent a shiver down my spine. Beneath the glow of the porch light, I stood transfixed, watching as each raindrop slowly blurred the edges of the footprints, turning them into ghostly shapes against the wet concrete. The rain cascaded in gentle waves, casting a soothing white noise that drowned out the usual evening sounds. My breath formed wispy clouds in the cool air as I pondered the mysterious marks before me. These footprints were unlike any I had seen before, not fitting the size or shape of any shoes in my possession, yet strangely familiar. They seemed to have been made with deliberate intent, each step placed with precision. What intrigued me the most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if they held fragments of moonlight within. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I followed the trail, my own footsteps a hushed accompaniment to the rain-soaked ground. The air carried the earthy scent of rain and something elusive, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path led me through my garden, where raindrops adorned leaves and petals like glistening pearls. Night-blooming jasmine exuded its otherworldly perfume into the misty air, adding to the enchantment of the scene. The footprints navigated through the foliage with uncanny precision, never disturbing a single plant. It was as though the maker of these prints knew exactly where to step. As I pursued the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The raindrops around the footprints appeared to hesitate briefly before touching the ground, forming fleeting, suspended spheres of water. The path eventually guided me to a secluded clearing where the footprints formed a perfect circle, suggesting a slow, deliberate turn. Within this circle, the grass seemed to possess a subtle vibrancy, each blade swaying in an unseen breeze. Kneeling down, I ran my fingers over the ethereal grass, feeling a cool, gentle hum that resonated through me. The raindrops within the circle seemed to sing a muted melody as they descended. As I rose, I observed that the footprints continued beyond the circle, but they had transformed barely discernible against the dark earth, as if their creator was fading into the mist. The mysterious scent grew more potent here, blending with the rain-kissed air in a way that brought about a sense of tranquility. Following the fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property. Its massive branches loomed overhead, whispering secrets in the rain. The footprints concluded at the base of the tree, or perhaps ascended its trunk, the distinction blurred in the dimness and drizzle. Placing my hand against the wet bark, I sensed a gentle pulsation, akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Rivulets of water meandered down the trunk, forming fleeting patterns that hinted at unreadable messages. Standing amidst this mystical setting, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. A soft electricity charged the air, reminiscent of the moment before a rainbow emerges. The raindrops orchestrated a dance of light and shadow, moving in harmony with an unseen symphony. Though the silent visitor remained unseen, their presence had transformed my garden into a realm of magic and wonder. Even upon returning indoors, shaking raindrops from my coat, the echoes of their visit lingered in the air around me. The strange, sweet scent clung to my clothes for days, and sometimes during rainfall I caught fleeting traces of it once more. On quiet, rainy nights I am drawn outside, hoping to encounter fresh footprints weaving through my garden. While the visitor has not reappeared, a subtle metamorphosis has unfolded in the rain's descent, the garden's growth, and the oak tree's sway. In the lamplight's glow, as another storm approaches, I ponder if the visitor left behind not just footprints, but a piece of themselves intertwined with this place. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber to the soft cadence of rain outside my window, I swear I hear distant footsteps moving in harmony with the raindrops, as if a spectral presence still wanders through my garden, leaving behind only their ethereal essence. Story 19. Amid a rare excursion to a dilapidated, desolate theater, I settled into a seat within the dimly lit auditorium. The hush of the room enveloped me, and a faint, almost imperceptible laughter reverberated through the aisles. This soft sound intertwined with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and decaying props, as if the abandoned theater still retained echoes of past nights filled with applause and happiness now reduced to spectral whispers. I adventured here in search of creative inspiration, enticed by whispers of the building's peculiar ambience. The weighty wooden doors had groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a space suspended between bygone eras. Dust motes pirouetted in slender rays of light filtering through lofty windows, painting ethereal patterns that swirled and danced like phantom performers on an unseen stage. The crimson velvet seats, though faded, exuded a lingering grace. Tracing my fingers along their weathered fabric, I sensed the tales woven into their fibers, endless evenings of entertainment, romance, and enchantment. A subtle sweetness lingered beneath the mustiness, reminiscent of vintage perfume and makeup powder, akin to the lasting essence of performers long gone. As my eyes adjusted to the subdued light, I glimpsed subtle movements in my peripheral vision. The hefty stage curtains occasionally stirred, despite the absence of any breeze. The gentle rustle of fabric paired with soft footfalls that traversed the stage, their rhythm mirroring the tempo of a forgotten dance. In the quiet, I discerned more sounds, the faint creak of floorboards, as if unseen actors were assuming their places, and the whisper-soft rustle of pages turning, akin to an unseen prompter reviewing a script. These sounds were not eerie, but rather soothing, like being embraced by a quilt of memories. Time seemed to ebb differently here. Moments stretched into hours as I sat immobile, absorbing the theater's tranquil symphony. The daylight subtly shifted, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. These shadows almost seemed to take on shapes, the outlines of a captivated audience, their forms hinting at refined evening attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter I had heard earlier returned, now accompanied by what seemed like muted applause. It felt distant yet intimate, like a playback at the gentlest volume. I shut my eyes, letting the sound wash over me. When I reopened them, I could have sworn I glimpsed the flutter of a dress vanishing behind a pillar, catching the light for a fleeting moment before dissolving. As evening drew nearer, the theater seemed to stir with life. The temperature would shift unexpectedly, patches of warmth followed by cool breezes as if unseen figures passed by. The stage lights, dormant for decades, held a faint, phosphorescent glow, barely discernible yet undeniably present. I felt drawn to the stage. The wooden steps creaked beneath my weight as I ascended, each sound reverberating through the vacant expanse. Standing at center stage, facing the sea of unoccupied seats, they somehow didn't feel empty at all. The air brimmed with anticipation, akin to an audience holding its breath before a performance's inaugural line. From this vantage point, I noticed details overlooked earlier. Small items strewn about the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a solitary glove, an aged script with yellowed, curling pages, all arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. The mirror's surface, though dulled by time, occasionally reflected images that shouldn't have been present, fleeting glimpses of movement, bursts of color, vanishing before I could focus on them. When I finally spoke, my voice emerged barely above a whisper. Is anyone there? The words lingered in the air, absorbed by the darkness beyond the stage. The reply was not immediate, but rather an incremental gathering of subtle sounds, the whisper of fabric, distant mutterings, the soft tap of footsteps, intertwining like an orchestral composition building towards its climax. As I stood there, I comprehended that the theater wasn't truly empty. It brimmed with echoes, not solely of sound, but of moments, sentiments, and experiences. Each performance, each chuckle, each tear shed in the midst of poignant scenes had left an imprint, crafting layers of memory that had somehow solidified in the stillness. The laughter I had heard wasn't malevolent or derisive. It was jubilant, appreciative, arising from genuine amusement and joy. It was as though the theater itself had absorbed these moments of delight and occasionally released them back into our world, akin to notes from a self-playing music box. As darkness descended, I sensed it was time to depart. Wending my way back through the aisles, I felt a gentle reluctance, as if the theater wished to retain me a while longer. The exit door appeared more distant than I recollected, the route to it meandering through shadowy pools that hadn't existed before. Upon finally reaching the door, I glanced back for a final glimpse. In that instant, I could have sworn I witnessed the entire theater as it must have been in its prime seats, brimming with shadowed figures, stage lights radiating warmth, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet it vanished in a heartbeat, leaving only the familiar void behind. However, as I stepped outside, I realized that empty wasn't the apt term after all. The theater was replete, overflowing with stories, memories, moments frozen in time. And at times, if one listens intently enough, they can perceive them all unfurling once more, an eternal spectacle for an audience of one. The laughter I had heard would linger with me, a reminder that certain places are never truly forsaken. They merely bide their time, amassing memories, until someone arrives who knows how to discern the echoes of joy lingering in the shadows. Story 20. On a misty night by the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that stretched out into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The salty breeze carried a whisper of enigma, and as my fingers traced the markings, it felt as if I held a key to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The gentle rhythm of waves caressing weathered pillars created a hypnotic dance, drawing me deeper into contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the aged wood beneath me murmuring with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt and damp wood, mingling with something ancient, evoking memories of forgotten tomes and hidden chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, captivated by an inexplicable lure. With each visit, the mysterious symbols unveiled new intricacies, curves shifting in the moon's glow, lines weaving patterns mirroring the tide's ebb and flow. The soft creak of wooden planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. On my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited me. The air encircling the marked beam held a warmth distinct from the cool maritime breeze. Pressing my palm against it, the wood pulsed gently, syncing with my heartbeat in a subtle, unspoken harmony. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, enveloping me like a soft embrace. Amidst its veil, sounds dulled, creating a sanctuary where time ebbed differently. At times, a gentle hum seemed to rise from beneath the pier, blending with the ocean's cadence. One serene night, beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, unusually tranquil. Its surface, a mirror of obsidian, reflected the moon's glow with pristine clarity. Yet beneath that polished facade, shadows danced with graceful intent too fluid for fish, too vast for usual marine life, yet too elusive to identify. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, transforming into maps of foreign lands or shifting beneath my touch like living script. I began chronicling them in a journal, noting their nightly metamorphoses, subtly attuned to the moon's phases. Weeks passed, revealing that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes skimmed over the beam as if it were mere wood weathered by time. Even when I tried to draw attention to them, conversations veered away, eyes sliding past like water off glass. The turning point arrived with the new moon. Bereft of moonlight, the symbols emitted a gentle phosphorescence, casting a tranquil glow of blue-green, rippling akin to underwater currents. The wood's warm pulse intensified, the humming beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying notes akin to ancient language on the brink of remembrance. Near the marked beam, I discovered curious objects, smooth stones etched with spirals, iridescent shell fragments glowing from within, strands of silvery seaweed drying into delicate patterns. Each item bore a message, though its meaning remained elusive. As I pen this, I realize I have become entwined in this enigma. The symbols now manifest elsewhere in bathroom mirror condensation, rain patterns on window panes, cream swirls in morning coffee. They no longer seem mere symbols to decipher, but a dialogue gradually unveiling itself to me. The pier transcends mere structure, evolving into a liminal threshold between known and unknown. The gentle mystery of the symbols unfurls, never fully revealing itself, yet offering enough to beckon my return, night after night, to that realm where the ordinary converges with a deeper, ageless presence. I've learned to find solace in uncertainty, to embrace the tug of the unknown. Watching the fog envelop the scene, feeling the familiar pulse beneath my touch, I comprehend I'm not meant to solve this mystery, but to weave my narrative into its ancient tapestry, adding a layer to the timeless saga unfolding in this boundary between land and sea. Story 21. In the deep hush of a moonlit night, a solitary drive along an empty highway unveiled a sight that stirred a sense of wonder within me. An ancient radio tower, looming tall against the indigo sky, caught my eye, its silhouette a stark contrast to the serene backdrop. As I cruised past, my car radio crackled alive with static, punctuated by a faint, rhythmic pulse that seemed to hold a cryptic significance. The night air, cool and laced with the scent of metal and distant storms, whispered of untold tales and hidden truths. Drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, I steered my vehicle to the roadside, the engine's gentle hum fading into silence as I switched off the ignition. The only sounds that remained were the soft rustle of wind through the tall grass and the persistent, rhythmic static emanating from my radio. The signal, once distant and elusive, now seemed to beckon with a clarity that hinted at a message waiting to be deciphered. It pulsed in a pattern of long and short bursts, reminiscent of Morse code yet subtly different, like a melody from a forgotten dream. The towering structure, a sentinel in the night, stood stoically against the shifting clouds that painted shadows across the landscape. Its once alert red lights now shrouded in darkness, the tower bore the marks of time's passage, its metallic surface adorned with intricate patterns forged by the hands of decay. A subtle sway seemed to ripple through its frame, as if it held a secret longing to share. Lost in the hypnotic rhythm of the signal, a sense of déjà vu washed over me, stirring memories that felt both familiar and foreign. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the ebb and flow of the static, a lullaby of the cosmos woven into the fabric of the night. Whispers of half-formed words teased my consciousness, tantalizingly close yet just beyond reach. A notion to capture the enigmatic broadcast on my phone was swiftly thwarted as the device lay dormant, its screen a dark void. The air thickened with anticipation, a mist rising like a ghostly wisp around the tower's base, enveloping it in a shroud of mystery. Memories not my own began to surface, vivid scenes of a bygone era playing out before my mind's eye. In the haze of the mist, the tower transformed into a spectral apparition, its form obscured yet somehow more tangible. The signal's cadence shifted, revealing fragments of a message encoded in numbers, dates, and scientific data. A legacy left behind by minds long gone, a legacy entrusted to the ceaseless transmission that reached across time. Time itself seemed to suspend its march as I sat transfixed, enveloped in the embrace of sound and mist. The chill of the night seeped into my bones, yet I remained rooted in place, spellbound by the puzzle unfolding before me. A warm, amber glow pulsed from the tower's base, mirroring the rhythm of the signal, casting a spellbinding dance upon the mist. Mesmerized by the hypnotic display, my consciousness drifted on the cusp of dreams, the signal's melody now a soothing lullaby that lulled me into a trance. The memories, once disjointed, now coalesced into a deliberate transmission, a legacy preserved in the eternal loop of static and silence. With the approach of dawn, the mist began to thin, the signal fading into whispers of a forgotten era. The tower stood silent and stoic once more, its secrets veiled in layers of rust and lore. As the first light of day painted the sky in pastel hues, the night's events blurred into the realm of reverie. Revived from my reverie, my phone sprang to life with missed calls from concerned loved ones, grounding me in the reality of the present. Setting forth on the deserted highway, a subtle shift had taken root within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, a subtle undercurrent in the tapestry of my thoughts, promising a return to unlock more of its enigmatic tale. Some frequencies, once attuned to, weave themselves into the fabric of our being, resonating with a resonance that transcends time and distance. On quiet nights when the wind whispers its secrets, echoes of that ethereal signal drift through the static, a reminder of the mysteries that linger just beyond our grasp. The tower stands as a silent testament to those who sought to bridge the gap between worlds, their message encoded in the endless waves of static, patiently awaiting a soul attuned to its hidden symphony. Story 22, along a rugged coastline, my gaze was drawn to an abandoned lighthouse standing stoically against the crashing waves. Its faded red paint and crumbling stone carried a silent sorrow, as if it held the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams within its weathered walls. Amid the howling wind and the salty embrace of the sea, a soft, melancholic whisper seemed to drift out from the lighthouse, a haunting melody carried by the night. I found myself compelled to pull over, the headlights of my car casting long shadows upon the worn path leading to the lighthouse. The gravel beneath my feet whispered softly as I approached, each step deliberate and measured. The evening air hung heavy with a sense of the past, laden with the weight of memories and moisture. Through the dimming light, I glimpsed delicate wisps of mist twining around the base of the tower, like ghostly tendrils reaching upward. The door yielded easily, its hinges groaning in a mournful harmony with the whisper that lingered in the air. Inside, the scent of aged wood and sea salt mingled with a sweeter undertone, perhaps the lingering essence of lamp oil from years gone by. As I ascended the spiral staircase, my hand trailing along the cool metal railing, each step echoed with a hollow resonance. The worn wooden steps, bearing the imprint of countless feet before mine, creaked softly in recognition of my presence. Through salt-encrusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep hues of purple and blue, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. The keeper's quarters below the lantern room seemed suspended in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature galaxies. An open logbook on a simple wooden desk revealed aged pages, the last entry marking decades past. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window, moving ever so slightly in the still air, that captured my attention. The walls were adorned with dozens of photographs, each depicting the lighthouse at various times of day and seasons, always with the same figure standing at the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her hair caught in a perpetual breeze. In each image, she appeared to wait, to watch, to yearn. The whisper grew stronger as I ascended to the lantern room, a haunting echo of a voice carrying notes of longing and patience. The massive Fresnel lens dominated the space, refracting the remaining twilight into a myriad of rainbow fragments. It struck me as peculiar how something so long abandoned could remain so immaculately clean. I stood entranced by the rhythmic sweep of distant waves below when the first haunting notes began. Clear and crystalline like a celestial choir, they emanated from within the lighthouse itself. A melody of exquisite beauty that brought tears to my eyes, heavy with a profound sadness that touched my soul. It spoke of endless nights of waiting, of ships lost to the sea, of a love that endured beyond the veil of death. A sudden chill filled the air, and I sensed a presence beside me, though I saw nothing. The fragrance of lavender and sea spray enveloped me, and in the reflection of the lens, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman in a pale dress, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Yet when I turned, I stood alone, the echoes of her song lingering in the air, intertwined with the whisper of the wind. I made my descent slowly, each step a silent contemplation. The photographs now seemed different, the woman's visage clearer, her expression a blend of hope and acceptance. I understood then that she had not been trapped within these walls. She had chosen to remain, keeping her eternal vigil. As I sat in my car watching the first stars emerge above the lighthouse, the whisper accompanied me, no longer unsettling but comforting. It served as a reminder that some bonds transcend time, some duties endure beyond the grasp of death. On quiet nights when the wind carries a certain melody, I think of her standing in the lantern room, a guardian of lost souls, a beacon in the darkness. Not all haunted places are meant to instill fear, I have come to realize. Some exist to remind us that love, duty, and memory are the strongest forces in existence, resonating through eternity like a gentle, whispered refrain. Story 23. On a moonlit night nestled deep within the woods, I chanced upon an ancient campsite nearly swallowed by nature's embrace. The towering pines swayed in a graceful dance, their needles murmuring like forgotten voices sharing tales lost to time. The crisp air, redolent with cedar and earthy dampness, held a serene promise of hidden secrets veiled by the passage of ages. As I tread softly towards the clearing, my steps hushed by layers of pine needles carpeting the forest floor, I beheld the remnants of what once was a communal space. Encircling an aged fire pit, a ring of weathered logs now cradled delicate mushrooms aglow with a faint, ethereal light under the watchful moon. Their soft luminescence pulsed subtly, akin to a gentle breath in the night's stillness. At the clearing's edge stood the skeletal remains of an old cabin, its time-worn walls glistening silver in the moon's glow. Moonbeams filtered through the dilapidated roof, casting ever-shifting patterns upon the floor, elusive and mesmerizing. The slightly ajar door swayed with a barely perceptible motion in the nocturnal breeze, its rhythmic creak blending harmoniously with the pine's whispered secrets. Within, time had woven its intricate tapestry. Dust motes pirouetted in moonlit shafts, while the wooden floor murmured beneath my cautious steps, as if sharing ancient memories. A stone fireplace loomed on one wall, its chimney soaring skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had formed cryptic designs reminiscent of an unknown script. On a humble table near the window, an old journal awaited my discovery, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously intact. The weathered leather exuded a warmth against the chill of the night. Upon gently unfurling its crackling spine, elegant script unfolded, recounting enigmatic tales of spectral lights among the trees and haunting melodies borne by elusive breezes. Each twilight, the journal's author chronicled, the pines would initiate their murmured dialogues as dusk settled in. They spoke of transient travelers, of shifts within the forest, and of entities drifting in the spaces between shadows. The writer detailed how the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a heightened luminosity on select evenings, their glow harmonizing with distant melodies hovering just beyond perception. As I delved into the journal's mysteries, a subtle transformation transpired in the atmosphere. The moonlight assumed a silvery hue, the shadows deepened, and the pine's whispers grew more distinct, though their meanings remained elusive. I found myself swaying gently, as if swathed in an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with a hidden cadence in the air. The journal divulged a peculiar phenomenon. During nights of the fullest moon like the present one, the ancient fire pit would at times mirror the heavens above, transmuting into a liquid shadow despite its dry appearance. Drawn to validate this curious claim, I ventured back outside, the journal cradled cautiously in my grasp. The clearing now bore an altered visage, though the nature of its transformation eluded definition. The log circle wove intricate patterns previously overlooked, while the mushroom's luminescence intensified imperceptibly. Approaching the fire pit, I witnessed the journal's assertion proven true. The aged ashes now shimmered with a liquid sheen, reflecting the celestial bodies with uncanny precision. Yet amid the mirrored constellations, a sight arrested my attention, beckoning me closer. Amidst the stars' reflection, unfamiliar lights danced with a purposeful grace, akin to fireflies choreographing to an unheard melody. Entranced, I lingered on a log, the journal resting open in my lap as I transcribed my own observations. The night deepened, time's flow assuming an ethereal quality within the sacred enclave. The boundary between observer and observed blurred indistinct. Was I merely a spectator to the fire pit's display, or were these enigmatic lights casting their gaze upon me? Were the pines truly revealing their mysteries, or had they merely granted me passage to their eternal discourse? As dawn approached, cloaked in a mist akin to flowing silk enveloping the tree trunks, I penned a final entry within the journal. I chronicled the gradual wane of the mushroom's radiance, the whispers fading into the mundane sounds of daybreak, and the fire pit's mirror surface reverting to ash under the nascent light. Placing the journal tenderly upon its table within the cabin, I understood that despite my meticulous notations, the essence of that night's experience would forever elude complete comprehension. The pines continued their murmurs, now speaking of commonplace wonders, wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet in moments of repose, when I close my eyes, I can still perceive the cadence of that enchanted night, sensing the gentle allure of mysteries content to dwell half revealed, forever shrouded in enigma. Story 24. In the cozy embrace of my cherished coffee nook on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note awaited me on the table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a delicate scent of lavender intertwined with the rich aroma of coffee beans. Reading the enigmatic message sent a shiver down my spine, not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate clue to a hidden enigma within the ordinary. The note's words were simple yet puzzling, Seek the woman in the pearl gray coat. Every Tuesday, 9:17 a.m. sharp. She orders not, speaks not, yet she always leaves a trace. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe each Tuesday, compelled by an inexplicable curiosity. The gentle patter of rain against the windows became a soothing melody, harmonizing with the ambience as I quietly observed. The comforting blend of freshly ground coffee and bakery delights enveloped me, creating a tranquil sanctuary as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, settling at a corner table offering a vantage point of both entrances. The ebb and flow of the morning crowd, their muted conversations and clinking cups formed a serene symphony. My gaze flitted between the antique clock's steady tick and the entrance, awaiting the appointed time. At precisely 9:17, she materialized. Draped in a flawless pearl gray coat, she seemed to absorb and reflect the soft light around her. Her essence was both tangible and ethereal, akin to morning mist illuminated by sunlight. With deliberate grace, she chose the same window-side table each visit, her face partly veiled by a broad-brimmed hat, yet her hands graceful, weathered, adorned with a single silver ring revealed a story untold. Week by week, I witnessed her ritual unfold with unwavering precision. Seated for exactly 7 minutes, she exuded poise, hands folded in her lap. True to the note, she never placed an order, never acknowledged others. Yet the trinkets she left behind, a vintage button, a pressed flower, an aged compass with a crack but a vibrant needle, bore a mysterious energy. The CAF staff seemed oblivious to these artifacts, evading my inquiries about the enigmatic woman as if she occupied a blind spot in their perception. One rainy Tuesday, I found her at my usual table, her gaze meeting mine. Though her features remained obscured, her awareness of my presence was palpable. Before her lay an ancient leather-bound journal, its yellowed pages beckoning. With a subtle nod, she indicated the seat across from her. As I sat, the cafe's ambient buzz faded into a distant hum, the air charged with anticipation. Her voice, akin to autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, broke the silence. "You've observed," she stated, not inquiring but affirming. "Few discern the patterns anymore. Fewer still pause to ponder, to marvel, to question the interstices of time." Opening the journal, pages adorned with the same refined script as the note revealed themselves. "Time eludes common understanding," she continued, tracing the text with her fingers. "It bends and folds like origami, harboring secrets within its creases. Some navigate these folds, gathering what lingers in the corners." The journal depicted drawings of the items she had left behind, each accompanied by coordinates, dates, and cryptic annotations that seemed to shift with perspective. "Why me?" I murmured, barely audible. She smiled, her face still veiled. "You embody patience for patterns, a willingness to dwell in uncertainty without craving answers. Above all, you grasp that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced, not unraveled." With those words, she rose, leaving the journal behind. "Now it is your turn," she whispered. "Watch for those attuned to patterns, guide them back to wonder." When I lifted my gaze from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds rushed back, rain drumming against the windows, coffee's fragrance lingering. The journal remained tangible, its pages now blank where the writing once resided. Every Tuesday, 9:17 a.m., I returned to the cafe. Occasionally, I glimpse kindred spirits, quietly observing. I too leave behind tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a smooth sea glass piece, watching as curiosity sparks in their eyes. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat is absent, her essence lingers in the moments between heartbeats, in rain's gentle cadence, in coffee steam's gentle swirl. I've learned that some mysteries require no solution, only witnessing, honoring, and passing on like whispered secrets in the fleeting gaps of time. Story 25. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a long-forgotten bus stop nestled on a quiet street. Beneath the feeble glow of a solitary street light, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to seep from the shadows around me. The mingling scents of rain-kissed concrete and moist leaves infused the sound with a haunting closeness, hinting at a hidden lament of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a soothing backdrop to my solitude as I settled onto the weathered wooden bench, smoothed by years of patient waiting. The aged schedule board, barely discernible under layers of time and neglect, whispered tales of long discontinued roots. My breath formed wispy clouds in the crisp air while I tuned into the mysterious murmur growing increasingly distinct. Initially, I mistook it for the wind playing through the rusted metal structure of the shelter or the distant hum of passing vehicles. Yet there was an intentional quality to its rhythm, akin to conversation just beyond the threshold of understanding. The sound carried fragments of words, incomplete phrases that danced on the edge of comprehension. The flickering streetlight above me briefly cast shifting shadows with a peculiar purpose. In that fleeting moment, I noticed something peculiar about the bench I occupied. Intricate patterns had been delicately carved into the wood, only visible when the light caught them at the perfect angle. They seemed to be numbers or perhaps dates, etched with meticulous precision by unknown hands. As my fingers traced these enigmatic markings, the murmur shifted its source. It now seemed to emanate not from the shadows, but from the very core of the bench, resonating through the wood and into my bones. The sensation was not alarming, but rather oddly comforting, akin to a lullaby in a foreign tongue. Each number I touched subtly altered the pitch and cadence of the sound. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and I found myself swaying imperceptibly to the strange harmony of water and whispers. The air thickened with an unexplainable warmth despite the autumn chill, carrying a faint scent of summer blooms and sun-drenched wood. It felt as though the bus stop existed in its private realm of time, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mysterious convergence. I noted that my watch had frozen, its hands suspended at an impossible angle between numbers. Instead of unnerving me, this detail felt like a natural part of the enigmatic encounter. The boundaries between reality and dream blurred, soft as moth wings against my consciousness. The murmur gradually evolved into a more structured yet indecipherable symphony, reminiscent of multiple conversations overlapping in a crowded room, each voice belonging to the same person across different moments. I closed my eyes, allowing the whispers to wash over me like gentle waves. In this state of serene awareness, images began to materialize in my mind, fleeting glimpses of past passengers waiting through the years, each leaving an invisible imprint on the humble shelter. Their stories seemed to seep from the very walls, carried by the mysterious murmur that had enveloped me. An elderly woman with kind eyes holding a letter close to her heart. A young man in an outdated uniform anxiously checking his watch. A child in a yellow raincoat tracing patterns in the condensation on the glass. Each vision felt as tangible as my own presence, yet as gentle as morning mist. The glow of the streetlight took on a liquid quality, swirling around my feet in mesmerizing patterns. The numbers etched into the bench emitted a faint luminescence, casting delicate designs that danced across my skin. Time seemed to flow differently in this place, like honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. When I finally opened my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though I couldn't recall when. The murmur had softened to a barely audible hum, akin to the lingering essence of a dream. The air retained that peculiar warmth, and the carved numbers continued their subtle glow. Yet a shift had occurred in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I sensed a change within me, as if I had been initiated into a secret shared by all who had waited here before me. The mysterious murmur had unveiled no concrete revelation, no distinct message or meaning, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something both ancient and eternally new. As I readied to depart, I caught sight of my reflection in the rain-streaked shelter glass. For an instant, it seemed to blend with the ghostly images of past passengers, our features merging in the dim light. I reached out to touch the cool surface, and the murmur stirred once more briefly, like a parting embrace. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried with me an unwavering sense that I had encountered something profound yet indefinable. Though the murmur had faded, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather experienced and cherished in their exquisite uncertainty. Story 26. Drawn by an unexplainable urge to explore, I found myself wandering into an old theater on the outskirts of town, its once grand allure now surrendered to the grip of time's decay. The ornate balconies and velvet seats spoke in whispers of eras long past, of applause that had faded into echoes and dramas that had dissolved into silence. As I stepped onto the creaking stage, a soft, haunting voice caressed my ears, weaving lines that carried the weight of sorrow and the ache of longing. The sound lingered in the air, bouncing off the weathered walls, mingling with the musty fragrance of forgotten curtains and abandoned dreams, leaving me to question if the theater truly stood empty. A gentle autumn breeze whispered through hidden crevices, orchestrating a symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. My footfalls tread softly on the wooden stage, each step met with a sigh from the tired boards beneath. The atmosphere held a strange thickness, as though I was wading through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung motionless, its crystals veiled in dust, but occasionally catching stray beams of light that filtered through high windows, casting delicate patterns that danced across the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the stage wing, where draped props lay shrouded in sheets that undulated like gentle waves in the dim light. The elusive voice I had heard seemed to beckon from that direction, though now it faded to a mere whisper, barely audible. Amidst the forgotten relics of performances past, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface dulled with age yet retaining a mystical gleam. As I drew near, the air around me grew chill, a coolness that was not unpleasant. The mirror pulsed with a subtle energy, its mysteries eluding my comprehension. In its reflection, I glimpsed movements that did not align with my own, as if spectral performers from a bygone era were still perfecting their art. The voice gained clarity, a woman, perhaps reciting verses from a tragic romance, her words carrying a melodic cadence that wove a tapestry of solace and sorrow. Time seemed to ebb and flow in this space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into the theater's forgotten recesses. Old playbills crumbled at my touch, costume pieces exuding faint traces of perfume. The voice continued its tender soliloquy, guiding me through the neglected corners of the theater. In the orchestra pit, scattered sheet music adorned ancient stands, the notes fading yet still visible, as if awaiting the return of musicians to resurrect their melodies. As evening descended, the shifting light through the windows cast elongated shadows that moved with purpose across the empty seats. The voice grew more pronounced, yet never exceeding a gentle murmur. Seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, I watched as specks of dust pirouetted in the waning sunlight. The theater seemed to breathe, its walls expanding and contracting with the weight of untold narratives. In that moment of serenity, I realized that the voice was not addressing me specifically, it was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each syllable carried shards of performances past, of standing ovations and tearful farewells, of debut nights and final curtain calls. The voice's soothing rhythm interlaced these memories into a delicate tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. Night fell, bringing a new depth to the voice's resonance. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none, filling the space with a warm vibration that made the very air hum with tranquil energy. Though the words grew clearer, their essence remained just beyond my grasp, akin to recalling a fading dream upon waking. The chandelier above caught the moon's glow, casting iridescent refractions that danced across the ceiling like ethereal auroras. Drifting on the threshold between wakefulness and slumber, the voice became a gentle lullaby, blurring the line between reality and reverie. In the twilight of awareness, I could almost discern the phantom audience, their presence hinted by the interplay of moonbeams and shadows. They sat in silent reverence, captivated by the voice just as I was. As the night deepened, a profound tranquility settled over the theater. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like the tide's retreat from the shore. Its departure left behind a sense of gratitude, as if my very presence had acknowledged and validated the myriad stories held within these walls. The theater settled, creaking and sighing like an old friend preparing for slumber. When I finally stood to depart, the voice had become but a whisper in my memory, a faint echo lingering in my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, more vibrant, despite its abandonment. With each step towards the exit, the aged floorboards protested softly, a reminder that some places never truly empty themselves. They merely bide their time, cradling their stories until a willing listener arrives. Even now, months later, I find myself drawn back to that theater during the nocturnal hours. The voice persists, sometimes a mere murmur, a gentle nudge reminding me that behind every curtain and beneath every layer of dust lie tales yearning to be heard by those who pause to listen. The theater endures as a sanctum where past and present converge, where memories drift like moonlit dust motes, forever preserved in the mellifluous echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 27. On a tranquil afternoon stroll through a neglected courtyard, a captivating scent caught my attention. It was a rich, spicy fragrance that seemed out of sync with the decaying surroundings. The aroma, a blend of exotic spices and aged stone, hung in the air like a silent messenger. With each step, I felt a magnetic pull towards the origin of this mysterious perfume. The courtyard, a hidden oasis, was enclosed by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy. Autumn breezes rustled fallen leaves over worn stone, creating a melodic symphony that danced alongside the enigmatic scent. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through the canopy above, casting intricate shadows that meandered lazily across the ground. As I ventured further into the courtyard, the quality of the air shifted subtly. The spicy aroma intensified near an old wooden door tucked away in a corner, its surface etched with intricate patterns faded by time. The scent stirred distant memories, evoking fragments of childhood winters or half-remembered dreams upon waking. A peculiar stone bench against the wall beckoned to me. Smooth and weathered, it bore the marks of years gone by, yet radiated a comforting warmth under my hand. Seated there, the fragrance pulsed like a distant heartbeat, offering an oddly soothing sensation despite its mystery. From my vantage point on the bench, I noticed intricate details previously overlooked. Small, ancient symbols adorned the bases of nearby columns, their meanings lost to the ages. They seemed to shift subtly with changing perspectives, a trick of the shifting light. The ivy on the walls occasionally quivered, even in the absence of a breeze. Time seemed to ebb and flow differently within the courtyard. Shadows stretched at an unusual pace, and minutes blurred into hours. The spicy scent led me on an invisible waltz, each wave revealing new layers, hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, and echoes of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener appeared, tending to plants in a distant corner. When asked about the scent, she offered a cryptic smile and remarked, "Some places remember things we forgot." Before I could inquire further, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her enigmatic words. The mystery deepened as strange objects began appearing on the bench during my visits: a brass key without a lock, a dried flower of unknown origin, a scrap of paper inscribed in an unfamiliar script. Each item vanished before my next visit, replaced by another puzzling token. Weeks turned into months, and I found myself drawn back to the courtyard day after day. The fragrance became a constant companion, evolving subtly with each return while retaining its essence. Faint movements flickered at the edge of my vision, elusive and fleeting. One serene evening, as sunlight bathed the walls in golden hues, fragrant smoke rose from between the flagstones near the bench. The smoke twisted into intricate shapes, hinting at letters before dissipating into the gathering darkness. It carried the same spicy scent, intensified and immediate. Reaching out to touch the smoke, I expected it to disperse. Instead, warmth tingled through my fingertips, connecting me briefly to something ancient and vast. Images flickered through my mind, countless others who had shared this mysterious experience on the same bench. Their stories intertwined with mine, weaving a tapestry of shared wonder that transcended time. As winter approached, the aroma shifted once more, becoming elusive and enigmatic. The courtyard took on a new guise in the chill months, yet the mystique lingered. The scent now appeared only at specific times: dawn, dusk, and those hushed moments when time seemed to pause. I continue my visits to the courtyard to this day. The spicy fragrance has become a familiar companion, though its origin remains a puzzle. Just when I feel close to unraveling its secret, it morphs, revealing new facets that deepen the enigma further. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than solved, cherished like precious secrets that we carry with us. The words of the elderly gardener echo in my mind. Some places remember things we've forgotten. In the quietude of the ancient bench, enveloped in the mysterious scent, I ponder if it's not the place that recalls, but the memories themselves seeking a listener to share their untold tales. Story 28. On a dreary afternoon, I stumbled upon an unmarked envelope nestled among the stack of mail. The aged yellow paper unfolded to reveal handwritten words that ignited unfamiliar memories within me. The room was filled with a subtle fragrance of old ink and lavender, urging me to question the very essence of my past. The delicate paper felt worn with time as I ran my fingers along its edges. Raindrops tapped gently against the window, creating a calming melody that synchronized with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The warm amber glow from my reading lamp enveloped the letter, causing the elegant script to dance before my eyes. "My dearest friend," the letter began, "I write to remind you of the summer house where we shared precious days." Oddly, I had no recollection of any summer house, yet as I read on, I could almost feel the warmth of sunlight on my skin and hear the distant waves caressing the shore. The crackling fireplace beside me provided a soothing backdrop as I delved deeper into the letter's contents. Each word seemed to unlock a hidden chamber of my mind, unveiling memories that felt both alien and intimately known. I could almost taste the salt in the air, sense the smooth wooden floor beneath my feet, and hear the gentle rustle of cotton curtains in a breeze. The letter painted a picture of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, of hushed conversations in a garden where roses bloomed eternally, and of a mysterious locked room on the third floor. With every description, the memories grew more vivid, more tangible, though I was certain I had never lived through these experiences. My cat purred softly in my lap as I turned to the next page, her presence grounding me in the present while my thoughts wandered through these phantom recollections. The steady, graceful handwriting continued, weaving a tapestry of events that now felt as real as the chair I sat upon, strolling through misty gardens at dawn, observing shadows dance by candlelight, hearing phantom piano melodies in the stillness. The wooden floors creaked softly beneath me, echoing the sounds mentioned in the letter, the ancient sighs of the summer house's floorboards. The scent of lavender intensified, enveloping the room, carrying with it memories that seemed to belong to a different soul. Or did they? The letter hinted at shared secrets, unspoken bonds, and vows exchanged in whispers. It mentioned a locket I supposedly wore always, containing a photograph of two young women in front of a grand estate. My hand reached for my bare neck, yet I felt the phantom weight of that locket as though it had always rested there. Outside, the rain whispered words I strained to hear. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house amidst books whose titles shifted when one wasn't looking directly at them. I tried to recall the scent of those books, a memory that couldn't possibly be mine. As I neared the final page, the ink seemed to fade, as if the words themselves were transforming into memories. The writer spoke of a pivotal choice we had made, a decision that could alter reality itself. They described a midnight ritual in the garden under a moon casting impossible shadows. The letter's closure was both an end and a beginning. Remember, dear friend, that memories are more fluid than we realize. Our understanding of self is merely a story we've chosen to embrace. Perhaps this letter will guide you to a different tale, or perhaps it will recall the one you chose to forget. Signed with an enigmatic initial that seemed to morph with each glance, I folded the paper along its creases, catching a glimpse of a familiar yet unknown face in the window's reflection. The rain subsided and the scent of lavender dissipated. Gently returning the letter to its envelope, I knew that my memories, whether true or imagined, embraced or bestowed, would forever be altered. Drifting into slumber in my cozy armchair, I could hear the distant melodies of waves and piano keys, and feel the weight of a non-existent locket against my skin. Story 29, in the depths of my home, tucked away from time's touch, an old drawer within an antique desk unveiled its secrets to me. With a gentle persuasion, the lock relented, revealing a folded note adorned with elegant script, tinged with the whispers of a hidden past. The paper, fragile and yellowed, exuded a faint aroma of cedar and ancient ink, beckoning me to uncover its enigmatic tale. As I unfurled the delicate parchment, a hushed rustle of aging paper permeated the stillness of the room, illuminated by the soft glow of evening light filtering through lace curtains. Shadows danced gracefully across the worn surface of the desk, creating a tranquil ambience thick with anticipation, yet soothing as the calm before a gentle rainfall. The note bore a date from a bygone era, beginning with the words, "My dearest friend," hinting at confessions that burdened a heart long ago. Each sentence drew me deeper into a narrative woven with peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footsteps echoing through vacant corridors, inanimate objects subtly shifting when unobserved, and the mysterious appearance of fresh blooms in a particular vase under the full moon's gaze. Enthralled, I sank into my chair, captivated by the writer's account of a concealed chamber veiled behind walls privy to myriad secrets. Within this hidden sanctum lay not treasures of gold or gems, but a trove of memories frozen in time, waiting to be unfurled. The steady tick-tock of my grandfather clock marked time's passage, its pendulum swaying hypnotically as the writer revealed the discovery of an ancient journal harbored within the walls. These were no ordinary entries, but chronicles of shared dreams spanning generations, of ethereal conversations transcending the constraints of time. As night descended beyond my windows, I kindled an antique brass lamp, casting a warm, golden hue upon the pages that spoke of cryptic symbols etched into door frames throughout the house. These enigmatic marks, once deemed merely decorative, concealed a hidden truth, a map leading to the clandestine chamber. Tracing the edges of the note, I learned of the writer's quest to decipher these symbols, unveiling a pattern that tantalizingly eluded complete understanding. The moon's phases dictated the symbol's prominence, orchestrating a celestial dance that whispered of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Amidst the rustling of leaves outside, casting shadows that waltzed upon the walls, the writer speculated that the house itself harbored memories, a benevolent guardian of tales long forgotten. Closing in on the note's conclusion, the writer divulged a revelation: dreams that blurred the lines between past and present, featuring a spectral woman in a blue gown, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken truths. The final enigma lay within a cryptic message, teasing of midnight's 13 chimes and moonlight's caress upon the seventh step, promising revelations to those attuned to the heart's whispers over the ear's clamor. Gasping, I absorbed the weight of these words, attuned to the symphony of subtle sounds enveloping my abode, the creak of floorboards, the wind's gentle murmur, and time's ethereal passage. The note concluded without a signature, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Folding the paper with care, my gaze fell upon a faint sketch adorning its edge, a familiar geometric pattern that eluded my memory's grasp. Surveying the darkening room, save for the lamp's soft radiance, I sensed a shift in the house's essence, not foreboding but embracing, cradling the myriad narratives entwined within its walls. Returning the note to its resting place within the drawer, unsecured, I intuited that this revelation marked but the prologue to a grander mystery, unfolding gradually like the dawn's first light. Enveloped in the encroaching darkness, I pondered the possibility of dreams visited by the woman in blue, carrying with her untold secrets whispered in the stillness of night. The grandfather clock's rhythmic cadence persisted, accompanied by a distant tolling of church bells. Absently counting the chimes, my thoughts lingered on the note's enigma until the final echo dissolved into silence, replaced by a phantom rustle akin to a blue gown gliding through an empty room, a spectral presence lingering in the quietude of night. Story 30. In an abandoned workshop brimming with remnants of masterful artistry, I stumbled upon a fractured clock, its inner gears exposed, and its face forever trapped in a moment lost to time. As I observed the erratic dance of its wandering hands, the chilled, musty air enveloped me, saturated with the nostalgic scent of oil and rust, vibrating with a tale of stolen instants and recollections suspended between each tick. The workshop beckoned to me on this autumn twilight, its weathered entrance slightly ajar, extending a silent invitation into its depths. Moonbeams filtered through dust-coated windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches polished smooth by years of meticulous touch. The aged wooden floor creaked beneath my steps, releasing whispers of aged pine and forgotten artistry with every movement. Surrounding me, an array of timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing stoic like silent guardians, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined compartments, their once golden cases dulled by the passage of time. Yet amidst this array, it was a specific piece that captivated me. A mantel clock boasting an intricate brass visage, its crystal fractured in a design reminiscent of a spider's web. Settling into the weathered craftsman's chair, a peculiar aspect of the broken timepiece caught my attention. Despite its disconnection from any power source, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing its course before settling back into stillness. The movement was so subtle that initially I questioned the reliability of my vision in the dim glow. The rhythm of my breath seemed to harmonize with these delicate motions, drawing me closer, compelling me to scrutinize the delicate machinery within. The tarnished brass gears retained a mystical gleam, some adorned with cryptic symbols previously unseen in my years of collecting antique timepieces. A gentle breeze wafted through the workshop, carrying with it the melodic tinkle of distant wind chimes, gradually morphing into the delicate chime of clock bells. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an electric energy that caused the fine hairs on my skin to stand on end. Reaching out to brush the clock's face, the metal unexpectedly radiated warmth under my touch. The warmth crept up my arm, ushering forth a peculiar awareness. Foreign memories began to surface. Visions flickered before my mind's eye. The workshop bathed in sunlight through pristine windows, the rhythmic symphony of numerous clocks marking time in flawless unison, and an aged craftsman hunched over this very timepiece, his hands moving with practiced dexterity as he crafted something far beyond a mere clock. The symbols on the gears began to shift and blur, rearranging into patterns that teased the fringes of my comprehension. Each new arrangement whispered of alternate realities of moments that might have been, of time not flowing like a river but akin to an endless ocean with myriad currents and whirlpools. The workshop's solidity wavered, reality itself swaying gently to the broken clock's rhythm. Shadows elongated and compressed in inexplicable ways, and within my peripheral vision, translucent figures flitted through the space, ethereal forms engaged in tasks from eras past, coexisting alongside my own moment. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's surface, an unbreakable connection not born of fear but of profound fascination. The warmth now suffused my entire being, accompanied by an understanding that transcended verbal expression. This was no ordinary timepiece. It served as a portal to the essence of time itself, fashioned by a being privy to enigmas beyond human grasp. As evening descended, a soft ticking pervaded the workshop, emanating from the stationary clock, its mechanisms inert. The sound appeared to originate from all directions and none simultaneously, akin to the workshop's heartbeat. With each tick, the transparent figures gained substance, their movements sharpening. Among them I discerned the elderly craftsman, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the expanse of years. The air grew redolent with the tang of metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, receding into the distance, and I realized my perception of time had begun to drift. Moments elongated and compressed akin to elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future growing as fragile as morning mist. When at last I withdrew my hand, the workshop reverted to its abandoned facade, yet an intrinsic shift had transpired. The broken clock sat innocuously before me, its hands tranquil once more, yet throbbing with latent potential, a brass and temporal core awaiting the next soul to unearth its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its precise location eludes description or discovery. At times, I spend hours ensconced in the aged craftsman's seat, observing the interplay of light and shadow upon the fractured timepiece. And occasionally, when the instant feels ripe, I lay my palm upon its surface, surrendering to the realm betwixt seconds, where all instances coexist, and time is but an exquisite, boundless prospect. Ultimately, I refrained from mending the shattered timepiece. Some entities, I've realized, exude a greater perfection in their broken state, their flaws birthing crevices through which enchantment seeps into our reality. In the hushed nocturnal hours, when the workshop is bathed solely in moonlight and reminiscence, I swear I discern its ticking, delineating the cadence of moments that never came to pass yet forever endure. Story 31. In the quiet solitude of my attic, amidst relics of days gone by, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its worn dial and silent speakers held a sense of forgotten stories until one serene night when it crackled to life, filling the space with faint voices and distant melodies that carried a poignant essence of bygone eras. Each sound that emerged from the static seemed to be a whisper from a time yearning to be recalled. Intrigued by this unexpected awakening, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the attic more often. The charm of the space was undeniable, with dust motes pirouetting in the moon's gentle beams filtering through the small window. As I treaded softly on the creaking wooden floorboards, I reached the corner where the radio rested on an old oak table, its mahogany surface weathered by years of faithful service. Every evening, as the sky painted itself in soft watercolors of twilight, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio. The ritual of switching on the brass dial, witnessing the warm amber glow of the vacuum tubes, and waiting became as natural to me as breathing. Some nights only the soothing hiss of static enveloped me, reminiscent of gentle rain. But on those special evenings heavy with possibility, something extraordinary unfolded. The music didn't burst forth abruptly. Rather, it seeped from the white noise like a photograph developing in a dark room. The melodies were enchanting, unlike any I had ever heard, waltzes drifting on air, jazz tunes hinting at long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and voices singing in unfamiliar languages that felt strangely known. One autumn evening, while the wind whispered through the trees outside, a shift occurred in the radio's transmission. Amidst the musical interludes, clear words emerged, echoing softly. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice held a timeless warmth, sending shivers of recognition down my spine. Captivated by these mysterious messages, I began keeping a journal, documenting the moon's phases, the weather, and any patterns I could discern. The pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to respond to my innermost thoughts, of voices narrating memories that felt achingly familiar yet unexperienced. Winter descended, shrouding the attic in longer nights and earlier shadows. Despite the chill, I remained cocooned in the sounds the radio bestowed upon me. Drifting off in the armchair, I'd sometimes awaken to find the radio still whispering its melodies, seamlessly weaving into my dreams. In those liminal moments between sleep and wakefulness, the voices behind the music almost materialized, their forms ephemeral in the dim light. The pinnacle of revelation arrived on a snowy night where the world outside was muffled in white silence and the radio's broadcast seemed directed solely at me. Details from my childhood, long buried in the recesses of memory, resurfaced: my first bicycle's color, a cherished pet's name, my grandmother's hum while baking. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility enveloped me, as if I were being gently reminded of my essence. Months passed and subtle shifts permeated my existence. Colors bloomed with vibrancy, memories sharpened, and dreams gained profound significance. The radio's influence transcended its enigmatic broadcasts, stirring dormant depths within me, awakening a dormant essence. Unbeknownst melodies hummed in my mind, resonating like long-lost lullabies. During silent nights, as the radio lay dormant, I pondered the layers of reality surrounding us, the unseen frequencies intertwining with our mundane existence. The radio ceased to be a mere apparatus. It transformed into a portal offering glimpses into parallel dimensions. I refrained from dissecting its mechanism, sensing that its enchantment lay not in its parts, but in the ethereal space between reality and imagination. As I pen down this chronicle, the radio's nocturnal serenades persist. Its mysteries remain unsolved, yet I've embraced the notion that certain enigmas hold more value than their resolutions. Within the soft, static interludes and whispered messages, I've unearthed a profound truth speaking not to the intellect, but to the heart's unspoken reminiscences. The warm glow of the vacuum tubes now guides my nights, and the gentle crackle of the speaker lulls me into dreamscapes. Before slumber claims me, I ponder if somewhere out there, another soul listens to their own mysterious radio, intertwined in a symphony of shared memories, connected by invisible waves of sound and nostalgia, dancing through the eternal night. Story 32. Late one serene night, I found myself drawn to an ancient observatory nestled on the outskirts of a quiet town. The air was crisp and still, the sky a tapestry of twinkling stars above. Intrigued by the whispered tales of cosmic wonders hidden within, I crossed the threshold into a realm where time seemed to lose its hold. Inside, the observatory's chambers exuded a sense of hushed reverence, as if the very walls held ancient wisdom in their embrace. Dusty telescopes stood sentinel, their lenses gazing out into the vast expanse of the universe. Amidst faded star charts and the faint scent of ozone, my eyes were drawn to a mural of eyes etched into a weathered wall. These eyes, both mesmerizing and enigmatic, seemed to follow my every step with a silent intensity. They were not mere decorations, but guardians of secrets long forgotten by the world outside. As I wandered further into the chamber, the wooden floors whispered tales of centuries past, each creak a memory echoing through the stillness. A grand telescope, its metal dulled with age, reached skyward through the open dome, a steadfast sentinel of the night. Around its base lay scattered papers adorned with cryptic symbols and faded calculations, relics of a bygone era when the stars held sway over human curiosity. The carved eyes on the wall seemed to pulse with a life of their own, their gaze unyielding yet strangely comforting. They spoke of a connection to the cosmos that transcended time and space, a silent understanding passed down through the ages. As I delved deeper into the observatory's mysteries, I came upon an antique desk covered in ancient star charts. Each chart told a story of constellations that had shifted subtly over the eons, a reminder that even the heavens were not immune to change. The desk drawers yielded leather-bound journals filled with observations that spoke of celestial objects that defied explanation. The walls themselves vibrated with a hidden energy, a pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the universe. In the quiet embrace of the observatory, time seemed to ebb and flow like the tides, each moment stretching into eternity. I felt a kinship with the watching eyes, a shared understanding that transcended words or explanations. As the night wore on, I realized that the observatory was not simply a building, but a living entity, a conduit between humanity and the cosmos. The carved eyes were more than mere symbols, they were gateways to a deeper understanding of our place in the universe. With the approaching dawn, I knew it was time to depart, yet I carried with me a sense of profound transformation. The observatory had revealed a truth as ancient as the stars themselves. We are not alone in our observation of the cosmos, for the cosmos observes us in turn. As I left the observatory behind, its silent vigil of comfort in the fading light, I knew that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled but cherished in their enigmatic beauty. The watching eyes remained, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, we are both audience and actor, observer and observed. And so I walk away from the observatory's embrace, forever changed by its whispered secrets and eternal gaze. For in the quiet spaces between starlight and shadow, in the gentle pulse of ancient stone, lies a truth that transcends understanding, a truth that can only be felt in the depths of the soul. Story 33. In the heart of a mansion abandoned for decades, a profound silence enveloped me, alive in its stillness. The grand foyer greeted me with a hush, its walls adorned with portraits obscured by dust and drapes worn thin with time. It felt as though the very air whispered with echoes of bygone days, urging me to listen. With each step on the aging floorboards and every whisper of the wind through shattered windows, the house revealed tales long kept hidden. The late afternoon sun filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed across faded wallpaper. My footfalls, soft and reverent, echoed through the empty rooms as I ventured further, accompanied by the gentle descent of dust motes in the air. The scent of old wood and forgotten memories mingled in the stillness, while the distant rustling of branches against glass windows created a delicate melody in the tranquility. Drawn irresistibly to a sweeping staircase, its once grand banister now dulled by age, I ascended with a hand trailing along the smooth wood. A curious sight caught my eye. The dust beneath my touch vanished, revealing gleaming sections as if freshly polished. The warmth of the wood under my fingertips defied the chill that hung in the mansion's air. The second floor unveiled a corridor lined with closed doors. Here, the silence shifted into a dense anticipation, akin to the pause between heartbeats. Each door I passed seemed to alter the temperature subtly. Some exuded a gentle warmth, while others held pockets of cool air that made me draw my jacket tighter. One door, slightly ajar, beckoned me to peer inside, revealing an old study bathed in the amber glow of twilight. Books lined the walls, their faded spines hinting at the knowledge they held. A heavy desk dominated the room, its surface coated in a thin layer of dust save for a pristine circle, a telltale sign of recent movement. As I approached, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight. The chair behind the desk appeared as if someone had just departed, leaving a lingering presence in the room. Within the dust-free circle, a faint impression of writing emerged, visible only in the right light. We never truly leave. As the sun dipped lower, shadows stretched across the study floor, and a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere caught my attention. The air stirred gently, though no windows were open, and books occasionally rustled as if being perused by invisible hands. Seated at the desk, I ran my fingers over the smooth wood, feeling a comforting warmth unlike the cold dampness elsewhere in the house. Gradually, the ambient sounds formed a mysterious language, a symphony of whispers and creaks that seemed to convey untold stories just beyond my grasp. Within that timeless space, minutes blurred into hours, enveloped in a darkness that felt more like a welcoming embrace. The dancing dust motes in the fading light created intricate patterns, elusive and ever-changing. And as night descended, a faint luminescence emanated from the dust-free circle on the desk, pulsing like a heartbeat, subtly influencing the room's temperature. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the darkness, a quiet reassurance that lingered in the air. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I reached out and placed my hand within the glowing circle, and a profound serenity washed over me. The mansion's silence metamorphosed into a melodic tapestry of whispers, revealing stories of those who had come before. When I finally rose to depart, I noticed that my watch had ceased its ticking during my vigil. The darkness of the house now felt like a presence, a living entity. As I retraced my steps through the dimly lit hallway and descended the stairs, a realization dawned upon me. The mansion's silence had never been empty, but brimming with narratives waiting to be heard by a receptive soul. The thought of returning to that study lingers, a longing to once again be enveloped in that musical silence as night falls. And in the quiet moments of my own home, I catch whispers of that enchanting stillness, a reminder that spaces hold more than mere memories. They cradle the essence of all who have tread within, patiently waiting in the shadows for a keen observer to acknowledge their enduring presence. Story 34. Ascending a set of weathered stone steps in a secluded courtyard, I stumbled upon an enigmatic symbol deeply etched into the worn surface. Bathed in a subtle glow under the filtered light, the mark beckoned to me, releasing a cool, mossy fragrance that intertwined with my growing curiosity. Entranced by the mysterious carving, it felt as though it held the key to a long-concealed secret buried beneath the layers of time. The symbol's design was unlike anything I had ever encountered, intricate swirls dancing with angular lines, their forms shifting subtly with each change in perspective. Kneeling down to inspect it closer, the smooth stone unexpectedly radiated warmth under my touch, a stark contrast to the crisp autumn air enveloping me. A soft breeze whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying the fragrant notes of late-blooming flowers and decaying leaves. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to those steps, observing how the waning sunlight caressed the weathered surface, causing the symbol to pulse with a faint inner light. The more I delved into its mysteries, the more peculiar details I unearthed about the courtyard. The ivy creeping along the neighboring walls seemed to shun the area surrounding the marked step, leaving a perfect circle of bare stone in its wake. On hushed evenings, a faint humming, akin to a distant melody played on crystal glasses, seemed to emanate from beneath the surface. During one of my visits, I brought along my sketchbook to immortalize the symbol's likeness. As my hand sketched its lines on paper, it moved with an uncanny fluidity, as if guided by invisible hands. The resulting drawing revealed intricate markings encircling the main symbol, forming what appeared to be cryptic words in an unknown script. Oddly enough, upon my return the following day to verify these details, the additional markings had subtly shifted positions, akin to constellations slowly rotating in the night sky. With the arrival of shorter autumn days, I began timing my visits to coincide with sunset, when the golden hour cast elongated shadows across the courtyard. In that ethereal light, a remarkable revelation unfolded before my eyes. When the sun reached a precise angle, the symbol cast a shadow stretching across the courtyard, pointing towards a small alcove that had eluded my notice until then. Within this shadowed enclave, barely discernible, lay a cluster of similar marks, each distinct yet intricately linked to the first. As winter crept closer, blanketing the world in early evenings and crystalline frost, I observed how the symbol seemed to repel the ice encasing the surrounding stone. While the rest of the steps glistened with a delicate white frost each morning, the marked area remained untouched, as if shielded from the wintry chill. On frost-laden nights, a wispy mist would rise from the symbol, coiling into shapes resembling letters before vanishing into the frigid air. The symbol began invading my dreams, morphing into doorways and pathways leading to mysterious realms that faded from memory upon waking. Despite their enigmatic nature, these dreams left me with a profound sense of tranquility. In my waking hours, a haunting melody lingered at the edge of my consciousness, somehow linked to the mark, a soothing, rolling tune evoking the distant murmurs of waves and the rustle of ancient trees in the wind. One evening, as I perched on the steps watching daylight fade from the sky, an elderly woman materialized in the courtyard. Moving with silent elegance, her silver hair capturing the dwindling light like spun moonbeams, she wordlessly joined me, tracing the symbol with a weathered finger. The faint hum that often reverberated in the air grew slightly louder, and for a fleeting moment the atmosphere shimmered with innumerable points of light, akin to stars plucked from the heavens. When I turned to address her about the symbol, she vanished as silently as she had appeared. Yet in her enigmatic departure, I felt neither fear nor surprise, only a profound connection to something ancient and boundless. In her wake, she left a small, polished stone that fit snugly in my palm. Holding it up to the light, I discerned a miniature version of the symbol etched onto its surface. Now, I continue my daily pilgrimages to the steps, clasping the stone in my pocket like a cherished talisman. The mystery of the symbol remains unsolved, yet I've come to realize that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than dissected. The mark on those ancient steps has transfigured into a gateway to contemplation, a gentle reminder that within the most familiar corners, magic and mystery lie just beneath the surface, awaiting those who pause long enough to perceive. In the tranquil interlude between day and night, I fancy I can discern the old woman's voice carried on the evening zephyrs, humming that haunting, beautiful melody. Though the full significance of the symbol and its purpose elude me, I've discovered a peculiar serenity in its presence, a gentle affirmation that not all mysteries demand resolution to be savored. Story 35. As I rummaged through the forgotten treasures tucked away in the attic, my hands brushed against a hidden canvas that had long been concealed behind a weathered trunk. The painting depicted a figure caught in the midst of a metamorphosis, a delicate dance between light and shadow, with features that stirred a sense of eerie recognition within me. The air in the attic was heavy with the scent of aged paper and memories lost to time. Mesmerized by the unfinished artwork, I settled into an ancient wooden chair, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight streaming through the small attic window, casting dancing motes of dust in its wake. The portrait seemed to come alive in the dim light, its edges blending into the raw canvas like watercolor on parchment, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. The face on the canvas existed in a state of paradox, some features sharply defined, while others faded into obscurity, as if the artist had been interrupted mid-stroke. The old house creaked and groaned around me, its time-worn bones providing a comforting backdrop to my silent contemplation. Tracing my fingers along the worn wooden frame, I felt the whispers of bygone years etched into its surface, each groove and imperfection a testament to the passage of time. But it was the eyes of the portrait that captured me most, painted with such exquisite detail. They seemed to hold a depth that transcended the boundaries of the canvas. As evening descended upon the attic, the quality of light shifted, casting a golden hue that elongated shadows across the floorboards. A subtle chill crept into the air, carrying with it the crisp fragrance of impending autumn through a crack in the window frame. In the growing darkness, I found myself drawn to the portrait in a way that defied explanation. Certain brushstrokes appeared to shift and transform when viewed from different angles, creating a mesmerizing illusion in the twilight. The unfinished aspects of the painting hinted at myriad possibilities, hints of a smile one moment, traces of sorrow the next. Time seemed to warp within that secluded space, hours slipping by unnoticed as I delved deeper into the enigmatic portrait. Behind the canvas, a faded inscription caught my eye. "Remember, the light changes everything." The elegant yet wavering script seemed to beckon from a realm beyond, weaving a connection between myself and the elusive artist who had left their creation incomplete. Bringing old journals and photographs from the house, I surrounded the portrait with fragments of the past, seeking clues to unravel its mystery. Yet the more I searched, the more the portrait seemed to resist classification, its secrets shrouded in a language only the ancient house could understand. On sleepless nights, I ascended the narrow stairs to the attic, seeking solace in the company of the portrait. Bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, the canvas took on an otherworldly aura, as if whispering forgotten lullabies from distant memories. With each passing night, subtle changes began to unfurl within the portrait, mirroring the shifting landscape of my own emotions. The eyes, once fixed in their gaze, now seemed to reflect my innermost thoughts, guiding me through a labyrinth of dreams and fears. The unfinished painting became a mirror of my soul, capturing the essence of my being in its incomplete state. I shared my stories with the portrait, confiding in it as though it held the key to unlocking long-buried truths. The boundaries between reality and imagination blurred in the attic's timeless embrace, allowing me to explore endless possibilities within the confines of the canvas. As the seasons waxed and waned outside the attic window, a theory began to take root in my mind. Perhaps the portrait was never meant to be finished, its perpetual state of becoming a testament to the ever-changing nature of existence. The artist had left a legacy of transformation, inviting viewers to witness the portrait's evolution with each passing day. I did not seek to unravel the mystery of the portrait's origins. Instead, I became its guardian, preserving the delicate balance between revelation and obscurity. The attic became a sanctuary where time held no sway, where the lines between observer and observed blurred like the unfinished strokes of the painting. Years drifted by, but my nightly visits to the attic persisted. Sometimes I brought a notebook to capture the nuances of light and shadow playing across the canvas, the ever-shifting patterns that defied explanation. Yet most nights, I simply sat in quiet communion with the enigmatic presence that had woven itself into the fabric of my life. The portrait remained unfinished, a testament to the beauty of imperfection and the allure of the unknown. In its incompleteness, it continued to reveal new facets of itself, mirroring the depths of those who dared to gaze upon it. The mystery was not a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be savored, one tranquil moment at a time, in the hushed embrace of the dusty attic's gentle light. Story 36. During a tranquil stroll through a serene meadow in the early hours, I halted to behold the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my amazement, the droplets had formed themselves into minuscule, exact letters, a script authored by nature itself. The crisp fragrance of moist earth and wildflowers enveloped the atmosphere, and a peculiar sensation washed over me, suggesting that this fleeting message was crafted solely for my eyes. The morning mist draped low, enveloping everything in a tender, pearl-gray embrace. As I bent closer to inspect the dewdrops, my breath stirred subtle ripples in the moisture-laden air. The letters appeared to shimmer and sway, their shapes just beyond the grasp of understanding. Each curve and line exuded delicacy, akin to the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. I found myself drawn back to that meadow each morning, pulled by an inexplicable force. Every day, fresh messages materialized, their significance perpetually eluding me. The due script evolved with the warming touch of the sun, morphing from clear, precise formations into abstract designs that melded into the grass. At times, I caught glimpses of words in unfamiliar tongues, their forms both recognizable and foreign. The gentle whisper of the wind through the tall grass became my steadfast companion, alongside the soft symphony of early birds welcoming the dawn. I began chronicling the messages in a leather-bound journal, my fingertips tracing the dampness of the pages as I illustrated what I beheld. The paper bore a slight ripple from the moisture, as if retaining the essence of the dew that birthed the letters. One mist-laden morning, a peculiar shift caught my eye. The script had unfurled outward from a central point, weaving an intricate mandala of words and symbols. The air brimmed with a serene energy, and the usual morning sounds seemed hushed, as if the meadow itself held its breath. A tingling sensation prickled my skin as I followed the spiral with intent, attempting to decipher its intricate design. The messages began manifesting in other realms as well. I discovered them etched in the condensation on my bedroom window, each droplet impeccably aligned. They materialized in the steam wafting from my morning tea, fleetingly visible before dissipating into the air. Even the frost patterns on autumn leaves seemed to bear traces of this enigmatic communication. In my slumber, the scripts materialized, flowing like liquid silver through landscapes of shadow and light. They divulged secrets in whispers resembling rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. Each morning, I awoke with the fading memory of nearly grasping the message, its meaning slipping away like water trickling through my fingers. My journal burgeoned, its pages now a testament to this gentle enigma. Occasionally, I spent hours contrasting the patterns, noting how they mirrored the moon's phases, the shifting seasons, and the subtle changes in morning light. The more I observed, the more I sensed a profound rhythm, as if the due script was part of a vast, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter approached, the messages dwindled, appearing solely on the most pristine mornings when the air was crystalline and serene. I cherished these moments even more, cognizant that each one could be the final one until spring. The frost crafted its own rendition of the script, inscribing delicate messages into the frozen grass that glittered like diamonds in the gentle sunlight. Presently, years later, I still frequent the meadow, though the messages emerge less frequently. At times, I ponder if they were intended to lead me toward this state of tranquil observation, this serene appreciation of the morning's subtle enchantment. The dew still forms its flawless droplets on grass and leaf, and although the distinct letters may have faded, I've learned to discern something else in their patterns, a reminder that mystery need not always be unraveled to hold significance. My journal rests on my desk, its pages brimming with the captured echoes of those dawn revelations. When I peruse it now, I notice how the sketched patterns appear to shift and transform in varying lights, much like the due script itself. Perhaps comprehension was never the objective. Perhaps the true gift lay in the quiet instance of awe, in mastering the art of pausing to witness the world's minor mysteries with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, a realm where the boundary between the mundane and the extraordinary thins in the initial light of day. And though I may never decipher the essence of those crystalline messages, their presence has left an enduring imprint on my soul, teaching me that life's most profound encounters often arise not from grand revelations, but from the gentle unfurling of questions devoid of answers. Story 37. On a foggy evening, I strolled past an abandoned playground where rusty swings swayed softly in the gentle breeze. In the midst of the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter tickled my ears, a ghostly echo of joyful voices that once danced in the air. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal enveloped me, leaving behind an eerie feeling that the playground was still alive, with memories of laughter lost to the passage of time. My feet led me to a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden slats polished smooth by the touch of countless parents who had watched their children play. The playground equipment's metal frame cast long shadows in the dim light, creating shifting patterns that seemed to dance in the corner of my eye. A gentle wind whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying the sweet, earthy aroma of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely exploring a new route home, seeking solitude for reflection after a weary day. Yet there was something about the tranquil isolation of the playground that beckoned me, drawing me back night after night. Each visit unraveled new layers to its enigmatic aura, transforming the playground into my sanctuary, a place where time flowed in mysterious ways. One particularly hushed evening, while seated on my usual bench, I noticed a curious phenomenon regarding the carousel. Though untouched, the metal horse figures shimmered with an unusual warmth, as if recently caressed by small, eager hands. A peculiar static lingered in the air around them, reminiscent of the aftermath of children's laughter lingering in the spaces between sounds. As the weeks drifted by, subtle changes began to unfold in the playground. Sometimes I arrived to find the swings swaying gently without a breath of wind. Other times, delicate footprints appeared in the morning dew, vanishing with the rising sun. The metal slide, chilled and dew-kissed, would occasionally radiate warmth to my touch, as if someone had just slid down its length. Intrigued, I started carrying a notebook, meticulously documenting these peculiar occurrences. The more I observed, the more intricate patterns surfaced. The phantom laughter I had initially heard seemed to adhere to a schedule, almost becoming audible at specific times during the evening, especially when the moon hung full and mist crept in from the nearby woods. The sound hovered at the edge of perception, never quite loud enough to be distinctly heard, akin to a whisper in a dream. Other park visitors, mainly dog walkers and joggers, passed through swiftly, their gazes skimming over the playground equipment as if it were invisible. But I knew better. I had come to realize that this place held a unique essence, one that unveiled itself solely to those willing to truly listen and observe. One evening, a small red ball sat motionless atop the carousel platform. As I approached, it rolled slightly, nudged by an unseen force. A sense of anticipation thickened the air, and for a fleeting moment, I could almost hear children's melodies hummed just beyond my hearing range. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's center pole, and that night I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. The playground equipment cast dancing shadows, and the swings swayed in perfect harmony, creating a mesmerizing rhythm that mirrored the beat of my heart. The ethereal laughter grew more pronounced, not in volume but in presence, enveloping me like a warm embrace. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground wasn't haunted in the conventional sense, it was frozen in time, preserving a moment of pure joy. The elusive laughter I strained to hear was the reverberation of every child who had frolicked here, their happiness imprinted on the space like a photograph developed in light. The mysterious phenomena weren't intended to frighten, but to remind us of the enchantment that thrives in places where innocence and imagination once reigned supreme. Even now, months later, I visit my special playground nearly every evening. I've learned to discern the subtle cues that herald the peak of the inaudible laughter, a certain quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the air holding its breath in anticipation. On some nights I bring a book and read aloud softly to the empty playground, and during those moments the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses stand a bit taller, and the laughter, though still unheard, feels nearer than ever. I have kept this tale to myself, not only because of how it might sound to others, but mainly because I cherish this clandestine bond with a place existing between memory and magic. The playground has taught me that some mysteries are meant to be experienced and treasured, not unraveled. Thus I continue my twilight visits, content to be the solitary spectator of a performance unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that lingers just beyond human ear's reach. Story 38. In a neglected corner of an overlooked library, a fragile manuscript caught my attention. Its aged pages, tinted yellow with time, bore enigmatic footnotes inscribed by an unfamiliar hand. Each tiny note hinted at a clandestine tale veiled beneath the surface. The musty scent of antiquated parchment and ink hung in the air, adding a layer of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the concealed lore hidden within. With cautious reverence, I turned the brittle pages, feeling the crackle of the leather binding beneath my fingertips and the weight of centuries-old dust settling on my skin. The main text, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, appeared mundane at first glance. However, it was the marginalia that whispered a different narrative. Initially, the footnotes seemed mundane, filled with scholarly references and concise explanations. But as I delved further into the manuscript, a transformation occurred. The handwriting grew urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the weathered paper. Academic citations gave way to personal musings, then to what appeared to be intimate diary entries. The mysterious annotator chronicled eerie occurrences, echoes in empty corridors, shifting shadows that defied logic, whispers that danced in the silence when solitude reigned. Lost in the spell of these enigmatic annotations, I found myself drawn deeper into the secluded corner of the library, where towering bookshelves seemed to lean inward, as if listening to my every breath. Amidst the soft glow of a golden desk lamp, I pored over the pages, the shadows between the shelves growing longer and more ominous as dusk descended. One footnote in particular captured my imagination. It spoke of cryptic numbers resembling dates, yet following a calendar unknown to me. Beneath them, in trembling script, were the cryptic words. The patterns emerge only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself. These cryptic notes, intertwined with my daily life, blurred the lines between reality and mystery. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library rearranged itself in subtle ways, and the sound of rustling pages haunted the air even when the manuscript lay closed before me. As I delved deeper into the profound marginalia, time itself seemed to bend and warp around me. The relentless ticking of the library clock slowed to a standstill, and the quality of light remained unchanged, as if the world outside had frozen in anticipation of some unknown revelation. Lost in a twilight realm suspended between day and night, the footnotes wove a tapestry of ancient knowledge, linking disparate references in a mesmerizing dance of words. They spoke of civilizations that manipulated time like a master craftsman folds paper, of scholars who deciphered the gaps between letters, of libraries existing beyond the constraints of a linear timeline. Approaching the manuscript's conclusion, the tone of the annotations shifted, embracing a serene tranquility that whispered of acceptance and understanding. the final footnote with a sense of quiet authority imparted. To fathom time, one must step beyond its confines. You, the reader of these words, have embarked on the journey. Emerging from the manuscript's spellbinding grip, I noticed a change in the library's atmosphere. The silence had deepened, resonating with untold tales hovering just beyond reach. The shadows between the shelves no longer felt vacant but alive, with a subtle movement akin to unseen currents stirring the air. Now I frequent the library without a clear sense of time. The manuscript, a constant companion, remains a wellspring of ever-shifting wisdom and intrigue. In the periphery of my vision, I catch fleeting glimpses of other readers spanning different eras, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes that bind us together in silent communion. The true essence of the manuscript eludes definition, yet I've come to realize that some mysteries transcend mere explanation. Amidst the hush of ancient pages and whispered secrets, I've unearthed a different kind of knowing, one that thrives in the liminal spaces between certainty and curiosity. I continue to decipher the cryptic footnotes, navigating their labyrinthine pathways of insight. And perhaps one day you too will encounter this elusive manuscript. When that moment arrives, remember that the most profound mysteries are not solved but experienced, inviting us to gaze into the unknown with a sense of wonder and reverence.